Alrighty. Good morning, good evening, good day, and good night, whichever it is, wherever you are. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, I just realized this is supposed to be. There we go. It actually references me looking forward. Alrighty, good morning, everyone. I hope that you are doing well today. Good day, good morning, good evening, good night, all that fun stuff. Alrighty, so today, and kind of this week, really, I'm gonna fix we are going to be exploring the rewriting of the Ranger, and I'm actually gonna move my microphone a little bit this way, so it will let me. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh. There we go. And we're going to explore the idea of recreating the Ranger to be something a little bit better than it currently is. So, for those of you that don't know, and we're just going to get right into it. For those of you that don't know, I'm a really big fan of the Ranger, at least in historically speaking. The problem is that unfortunately 5th edition just has never really had a particularly good Ranger. And when I say a good Ranger, I mean a Ranger that people actually really like to play. The revised Ranger people kind of like to play because it had damage numbers like they're kind of comparable to the fighter for the first while. But for a while, I think people realized that they kind of felt like they lost some of the flavor with that Ranger over time. So, of course, the goals for this stream are, of course, to discuss the problems that the Ranger actually has. Not just, perceived problems, although those are important as well. What the Ranger used to be, and not only just in 5th edition on its own, but also in previous editions as well. So we're gonna do a little dive into history. And then from all that, we're gonna go, okay, we're gonna figure out what the Ranger actually wants, and then try to find ways to make that into a class for 5th edition. Ideas that I have seen and just don't work. We're gonna explore some of those changes that I've seen, and then what actually needs to change to finish things off. And we're gonna be exploring this probably over the course, exploring this and creating this probably over the course of the next week or so. We probably will only get so far. We will see where we get by the end of it all. But yeah. What's this? Mystic subclasses. Oh, I remember this. Okay, we can just leave that there. So, first thing we need to discuss is what are the problems with the current Ranger. Well, the Ranger in of itself isn't actually that bad. But the biggest criticism, so let's just start with this. Problems with 5.5. With 5.5 Ranger. So, let's just start with this. All right, there is an obvious problem here, and the first one is concentration on Hunter's Mark. And this should actually be italicized because it is a spell. Concentration on Hunter's Mark. The number one complaint that everybody has about the Ranger is concentration on Hunter's Mark. The requirement of the concentration on Hunter's Mark creates a conflict with basically all the other forms of long-term value spell casting on the Ranger. Basically forcing you to pick between damage and other forms of utility that are good and useful during combat. Those are just like plain and simple. That is the big issue that a lot of people just have. I think it's an obvious problem that the Ranger has. But the thing is that this, so, that's an obvious problem. That's the obvious first problem. The second problem is, and this is a thing I see a lot less conversation about from a lot of people, is limited spell flexibility. Or low spell flexibility. Now, what do I mean by low spell flexibility? Well, this is part of it is because of Hunter's Mark. But there's other things that are the number of spells that a ranger can take that are actually particularly good is relatively limited. There isn't a huge number of spells that you can really take. Especially when you consider that you have to, that the idea of the ranger is that you have to be using Hunter's Mark, right? You have to use Hunter's Mark because you have a bunch of class features tied to Hunter's Mark, which isn't in of itself a bad thing. The problem is that Hunter's Mark is just not good enough, at least as the game progresses. So you need to, so the big thing is you're giving up a lot of these concentration oriented effects that you could be utilizing in battle, but at the cost of not using Hunter's Mark, which means at the cost of not using other class features. And this really, really restricts your ability to adapt in different situations. Now, again, this is primarily combat oriented because Hunter's Mark is primarily a combat spell. However, because Hunter's Mark's duration is an hour, unless my memory is driving me completely wrong. 5e tools. Unless I'm completely off base. I don't believe I am. Hunter's Mark is an hour. It is an hour. And if you cast it with 3rd or 4th level slots, it's 8 hours. If it's 5 or higher, it goes up to 24. So the thing about this is that you're probably, if you're in a dungeon or you're going through a sequence of fights, or you know you're going to be in a lot of fights, you're going to cast Hunter's Mark, and then you can kind of just set it and forget it because it lasts a whole hour. Now, it does have some benefits on the exploration side, giving you advantage on perception and survival checks on the thing that you have marked. But this is kind of more of a ribbon feature than anything else, because a lot of times this doesn't come up for most players. Now, if you have a GM that allows for that to happen, that's awesome, or has a way to make that happen, awesome. But it doesn't happen a lot, especially when you consider that it's only 90 feet. Now, I say only 90 feet with a little bit of hesitation there. This does mean it's outside of most creatures' dash range. But not outside of most ranged spells or ranged attack options for first increment, much less longer increments. And if you can see them at 90 feet, there's a pretty good chance that they, unless you're in an urban setting, there's a pretty good chance that they're not going to get away. And again, it shuts out a lot of your utility options. So next is, now I do agree with this, but not in its entirety. And this is the removal of unique features. Like things that kind of like that kind of made the ranger stand out of class defining features. Defanging, no. And so this is things like, so what is this? This is things like favorite enemy. This is things like what are some other things that the old ranger got? So because they just don't, like, things that made the ranger, right? So like favorite enemy, favorite terrain, what are some other things that are gone too? Like, there's also, I'm just gonna bring it up here on the sidebar here. Hide in plain sight, I believe, is gone. Is gone. Banish is gone. Like, Deft Explorer is gone. All of these things that just kind of make them... Oh, yeah, and of course, Primeval Awareness is also gone, I believe, as well. Yeah, so, like, these things that just kind of make them, like, hide in plain sight, like... And they've been replaced with things that are more like roving, which is good. But then you get also like tireless, which is kind of whatever. Relentless hunter, which is also kind of whatever. Like, yeah, we have nature's veil, which is cool. But all these things don't really make the ranger like, they don't make the ranger stand out. Especially when you consider that they're kind of trying to tie everything back to Hunter's Mark. Like, and the thing to go along with that is Nature's Veil, let's be real here, this is not a good 14th level ability. This is a, you get to use it a few more times, sure, but this is just a feature that a couple that the Furbolgs get for free. And let's not... So, you know, there's that. Primeval Awareness. Oh, jeez. I cannot type today. So, those are all gone. Those are all things that made the Ranger really cool. Even if they weren't good features, they made the Ranger cool. So, and that was kind of like the part of the identity was the favorite enemy and the favorite terrain, right? There are things in nature that you just thrive against, right? Like either you're really, really good at dealing with things in forests, you're really good at dealing with beasts, you're really good at dealing with dragons, right? Those were cool features. Now, of course, there's also the last major problem. There's another, well, this is not the last major problem, but there's another major problem, which is, quote, easy fixes. Okay, I'm just going to say it right now. They don't exist. All right, every easy fix that I've seen, every quick fix, every easy fix almost inevitably creates a new problem. Like, almost always create a new problem, or they don't actually solve the problem. A good example of this is of a non-fix, remove concentration. Just remove concentration from Hunter's Mark. Right? That'll solve the problem, right? No. You do this. What does this create? What does this create the opportunity for? The best level 1 fighter dip of your nightmares. There is absolutely no reason whatsoever. This is also a really good level 1 dip for a rogue. 2 free castings. I believe it's based off of proficiency bonus that you get a number of spell castings of Hunter's Mark. Twice. Increases when you reach certain range of levels. Okay, so you get 2 free castings of Hunter's Mark on the fighter. Well, he's not concentrating on anything else anyways. The rogue, they're not concentrating on anything else anyways. These are dangerous. This is a dangerous spell to put on these two individuals. And there's a reason that it has been removed from that hex, that the warlock was removed from the mage initiate origin feature, so that hex is out of their grasp. You have to take a class level for it. And I'm kind of glad that they did that, because hex is really good. Hunter's Mark is really good. Both of which are really good on martial oriented characters. It's an extra D6 for 2 free castings at level 1 that they get. Not to mention that they do also get 2 first level spells, 2 spell slots. That's a really good dip, or as well as weapon masteries. That's a very strong level 1 dip for any class, right? Grabbing Hunter's Mark, grabbing Ensnaring Strike, going a great weapon build. Pull, say hello and goodbye. The great weapon master, the two-handed fighting weapon fighter is already got a ton of damage. Adding extra D6, and then you add Ensnaring Strike or Steel Wind Strike or anything like that to them, forget it. Although Steel Wind Strike does take a concentration slot, but still. Or Ensnaring Strike does, sorry. But that's besides the point. All right. So it doesn't really solve the problem. Next, and this is going to be a point of contention for some people, because the obvious conversation is, oh, it's not all about damage. And you're right, it's not. But we've already addressed that issue, that it's the non-damage issue, which is all of this. The concentration issue for you to be able to utilize your utilities. The low flexibility, meaning that you don't have a lot of spells that you can really dig into in order to be able to do something other than damage. A lot of these things that make the ranger do things that aren't damage. Although Favored Enemy did give you damage-oriented stuff. Favored Terrain, Hide in Plain Sight, Deft Explorer, and Primeval Awareness were not damage-oriented options. Period. And then, so we've already kind of put out that that's not really just the damage, but damage just doesn't scale. It doesn't scale well. And specifically after level 7, I would say. Specifically after level 7. The problem is that level 8 is when you get your feature, your next feat. You can get some pretty good stuff with your feat to kind of keep you going. But like level 5, pretty good. All the way up to level 5, pretty good. Up to level 6, 6 is pretty decent. You don't have damage obviously at level 6, but that's fine. You don't need to have damage at every level. You get a good piece of movement utilities. That's really good. 7 is where you get your next subclass feature, and the problem is now a lot of times our subclass ties up our bonus action. So, or it demands that we swap spells, which means that we're now discarding the Favored Enemy feature, you know, that using Hunter's Mark, you know, the thing that we're trying to define the class by. And of course, as the game progresses, it only gets worse, right? Fighters get an extra attack. Paladins are getting their smites upgraded. Barbarians are getting their flat damage upgrades or getting just absurdly more durable. And this is where we kind of need to get into the next thing is, okay, if we're not getting more damage, then we need to get other things. And these other things need to be as good as substituting that damage off. And they just aren't there, and in my opinion. I think most people feel that way too, especially as you get to higher and higher levels. Once you get to 10, 12, 14, 18, 20. So, yeah. Subclasses, there's... They're high, they're wide in their strength. Very wide in power would be a good way to put it. Which means that if you're looking for, not necessarily for optimization, but this often means that you need help with certain subclasses in order to make them better, or you need to get a little creative with them. And this is just a thing I have issues with subclasses across the board, but some of them just have uninteresting or are just not very good features. A good example, see if I can pull it up here, and I'm gonna just say it. Where I'm gonna make sure I have all these open here correctly. Like, level 3 is fine, right? Like, the companion is, while a little underwhelming, while overall a little underwhelming, because they have 10 hit points at level 1. The problem is that they're dependent, and this is another issue. And this is another issue with the Ranger overall. Is I'll say it this way: is they're overly reliant on their wisdom. But that's more of like a specific thing. But yeah, so this creates quote illusion of choice. Now, I don't agree with this sentiment entirely. I don't agree with the idea that, because this goes back to a conversation I had with someone about Pathfinder. It's like, well, this is just strictly better. It's just like, yes, but it's not about picking what's best. It's about picking what you want. You don't have to optimize, because given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game. Absolutely. But part of the problem is that with the Rangers, you can optimize it, and you still won't be having fun a lot of the times past level 7. Because the features are just kind of not great. Like things like, for example, the Fey Wanderer giving you a bonus D6 dice damage. That's pretty good. You get the bonus spell options. That's pretty good. You also get a bonus to one of your skills. That's pretty good. You get to add charisma to your wisdom modifier or you get to add your wisdom to charisma checks. Okay, that's neat. The Beast Companion, kinda mediocre. I'm gonna just say it. It's kind of mediocre. Like, it does bonus. It's very wisdom reliant, so you kind of have to botch your dexterity to some degree in order to be able to make it good. I think it's really, really good on saving. It's decent on saving throws, but that's not impressive. It's highly reliant on your... It's extraordinarily reliant on your... what's it called? On your wisdom modifier. And that's not good. Now, it makes sense. Don't get me wrong, but it makes you more multi-stat reliant. The ambush for the Gloomstalker is incredibly good. Makes you very powerful on your opening turn. Gives you access to dark vision. Increases it. Also makes you invisible when you're in darkness. Also really good. Well, and then you have the Hunter, which, you know, you get bonus damage to either a single target, or you can attack another creature a second time, one additional time. These are fine features at level 3, but when you get to level 7, some of these just fall right off. Right? Like, for example, you can, as a bonus action, you can now command it to take the dash, disengage, dodge, or help action using your bonus action. It's like, this is just stuff you should have just had from the get-go. It doing force damage is kind of whatever. These are not, like, the dodge, disengage, and help action on the Beast Companion is just not very good. You don't, like, the help action, I don't know why the help action isn't provided to you automatically. A familiar can do this. It should be able to just take the dodge action on its own. Which I think it does. Yeah, it takes the dodge action if you don't order it. So, like, there's all kinds of, like, dumb things in here that just don't make sense. Oh, using its bonus action. My apologies. I misread that. Still not very good. Yeah, like, just overall, these features are just, they're wildly different in how good they are. Like, another good example is the first time a creature hits it with the Hunter's Mark spell, your beast deals extra force damage equal to the bonus of that spell damage. Like, okay, cool. And then when you command your beast to take the strike action, it can use it twice. Okay, but how is the Hunter's Mark down when you have to be changing its targets constantly? Because people are going to focus fire down targets. So this is mostly a non-feature, because by the time it matters, you've already swapped its target, or it's going to die anyways a lot of the time in practice. This stuff does not have huge amounts of hit points. I think this is a game about characters going Nova a lot of the time. Like, there are some good features, but overall are just kind of underwhelming. This is probably the smallest criticism in my opinion. I don't think this is actually as bad as a lot of people make it out to be, but this is also an optimization conversation about, oh, well, this is one of the few choices you get to make. You gotta pick the best one. It's like, no, you don't. You don't have to. But I do agree that they should be similar in strength. So, what all of that is to say, where does the Ranger actually fall in strength? Well, levels 1 through 5. Levels 1 through 5? Actually pretty good. It doesn't lack damage. It has some of the best damage actually at level 1. Right? It rivals the Rogue in single target damage without any like major hurdles to kind of get it there. It has weapon masteries that let it push itself a little bit. If you go with a 2-weapon fighting build, you can definitely get 3 attack. You can get those 2 attacks in along with the hunter's mark. Like you can keep up with the fighter, if not outpace the fighter for offense. You have the same amount of health. If you're going full dexterity, you have similar defenses to a dexterity based fighter. You're up there with the rogue and defenses. In terms of AC, you might be behind by 1 or 2 against the fighter, possibly a third if he has that extra point somewhere. But the overall, you're pretty comparable to a fighter. Probably damage wise, you're definitely in the top half of classes. Like you're above average for sure. And you're just definitely up there for damage output, especially if you take something like True Strike. It is somehow, right? You take True Strike, well, now you can hit with your wisdom modifier, and like your damage is pretty decent. Or Shillelagh builds are crazy. The problem comes back to what happens after that. Well, levels 6 through 10, your damage kind of goes down a little bit, right? You don't have the same damage output that fighters have or paladins have, right? Fighters and paladins start to outscale you in damage, right? Range tax, as it were. But it's not even range tax because you can't do it with 2-weapon fighting either. Right, so... And it really... The fact of the matter is you become average. Now, that's not terrible. The problem is that we go from being pretty good to average. Your damage obviously isn't going to keep up because smite slots, barbarians, especially berserker barbarians, or fighters that just have all their regular fighting stuff start to outpace you over the course of this. Not right at level 5, obviously, but level 6, level 7, level 8, level 9, you start to slowly fall behind. Not a lot, mind you, but a bit. And it's not even that you necessarily it's not even that you start to fall behind. And this is also to mention that you don't really get a whole lot in defenses either. You don't get evasion or uncanny dodge. You don't get any real defenses that other classes gain, right? Like you don't have the armor or benefits to really push the AC. You don't, like, yeah, you have D10s for hit points, but so do fighters, so do paladins. The things that the main thing that you get for defenses, and this is what you get at 10, yeah, you get expertise, which is nice. You're a skills-oriented class still. But the thing that you get for defenses is tireless. And I'm just going to say it. Tireless is a bad feature. Gaining temp HP equal to 1d8 plus, let's be honest here, at best, plus 3. A lot of the time. Also decrease exhaustion. You get exhaustion sorted out as a short from a short rest. This I actually see as being a net good, with some of the changes that I made for my own game. So I don't think this is bad for that. The problem is exhaustion is a rare mechanic in base 5e, and I think that's bad. Well, I'm not going to get into my conversations about exhaustion, but the thing about exhaustion is that it's very taxing. It doesn't happen a lot, and usually you don't end up with more than one of it in a day. The ranger being able to recover from something that seldomly happens is nice, but not but not high impact. And along with that, the temp HP, like, let's be honest here, level 10, 8 hit points, 8 temporary hit points. That's not going to change it. That's not going to change much. They could have just changed this to 1 time and you gain 1d8 plus your level. All right, I'm just going to say it. That basically doubles the amount of hit points that you're going to, temporary hit points you're going to get. That's 1d8 plus 10. All right, 1d8 plus 10 is not bad. That's better. It's better than most other temporary hit point sources that you can get from other things. This is a really good way to just kind of put these on you at the start of the day and just cast it and forget it. It's good for that kind of it's good for that reason. Overall, the defenses that you get not really making up for, and the utilities that you get not really making up for the lack of damage that you get. And the reason I keep coming back to damage is because at the end of the day, the Ranger's a martial class, right? If we think about characters in 5th edition in 2 ways, because really we only can, we have either spellcasters and martial characters, because skills are so easily because you can get skills so easily in 5th edition, and with the Bard, the Rogue, and the Ranger being the only real skills-oriented class because they're the only ones that get expertise, it's just they do so many other things. The Rogue is like the only skills class, but because skills don't do much outside of being called on by the GM, they're not really things that you can lean on for class features, unfortunately, a lot of the time. So we go back to the fact that they're a martial class. Now, I think them getting expertise is good. I think them being a, they're a fighter that has roguish things and druidish things. I think that's a good way of putting it. But the biggest thing here is that they're starting to fall off. And that's kind of the problem, is they are starting to fall off. So, you definitely don't get, the biggest problem is that with this is that you spike up really fast and then you slowly fall behind by getting less. Now, if you don't have to have a winner at every level, you can slow down a little bit and then keep going. Problem is that eventually you just kind of keep slowing down. And you kind of just inevitably plateau. Once we get to levels 11 through 15, you just kind of fall off. And there's no way around that. Right? You don't have anything inside of this tier, right? You have nothing inside of this tier that provides you with more damage, right? And this is the fighter gets another attack, the barbarian gets is going to be getting slightly better damage because of their enraged strike. But their big thing is durability. The paladins' damage is always scaling. As long as they have spell slot improvements, they are always scaling. Their damage is always scaling. The ranger doesn't. Nature's Veil does give you the invisibility condition for a turn or for a round. Okay, not bad. You can't lose concentration on Hunter's Mark. Well, you don't even want to be using Hunter's Mark at this point because Hunter's Mark is just a D6. That's not very much damage. And that's kind of all that you're getting outside of your 2 subclass features. Both of which, by the way, the only one that has any form of damage improvement is the Gloomstalker, technically. And the Fey Wanderer do have minor damage improvements. The dice on the Gloomstalker get their damage to improve by 1 step, so they get an extra average of 2 damage once. Okay. And then, you know, yeah, you get Summon Fae, but Summon Fae doesn't really increase your damage. And you know, like, yeah, you can do it without concentration, but that's very mediocre. Like, a lot of the times your damage doesn't really go up outside of your subclass, and I think that's a problem in some cases. Like, like the subclasses also don't really have it very good, and the utilities that you get aren't particularly great either. You know, like, for example, Superior Hunter's Defense. Like, this could have been really, really good. You get resistance to damage of an attack, or when you take damage. So it's all damage from during that turn. So you gain resistance for a turn, and that's it. That's kind of bad. Like, yeah, it's useful against one big attack, but that's not very good. It's good against a multi-attack creature, sure. But if I could just cast a first level spell that just negates it or gives me resistance to that damage type, which that is the case in most that is it in most cases, especially at level 15. I'd rather just do that. This is less good at a 1 level feature than a level 1 feature. Or level 1 spell slot. And then, of course, there is... And so we have those problems. You just don't get the damage. You don't get the utilities. Nature's Veil. I do want to give a shout out to Nature's Veil. Like, it's not bad. But there's so much just not there. It doesn't hold the entire, like... It doesn't hold all 5 of those levels up. It just can't. And it doesn't stand out either. And I do want to point the other thing out, which is taking damage does not break your concentration on Hunter's Mark. This is a non-feature, I want to say. Because this doesn't actually address the problem, is that Hunter's Mark sucks. Like, with everything, with the way that it's set up, by this point, it's bad. And then, of course, you know, we have to address the smallest group of players, but the last 4 levels, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, the last 5 levels, excuse me, it just... they don't exist. Like, they just don't exist. Okay, let's just say it. Like, level 16 through 20 for the Ranger does not exist. All right, the advantage on attack rolls against creatures that are marked. It's like, this is such a useless feature at level 17. You have advantage all the time anyways. Blind sight out to 30, that's cool. That's nice. We like that. And then, of course, the capstone, which is laughable. It's a joke. I was already gonna do this, Nano. But yeah, a little bit. Like, let's be honest here, like, outside of Feral Sense, you're not really getting anything unique as a... Like, there's 3 features here for the Ranger. And that's...
Precise Hunter, Feral Senses, and Foe Slayer. Like, and the only one that's any good is Feral Sense. Precise Hunter is useless at this level. You always already have advantage, because advantage is so prevalent. Even at low level, advantage is everywhere. Forget at mid level. And then, of course, yeah, like, oh, yay, I get a D10 instead of a D6. Like, if you told me that, like, a cool feature would be something like for the rogue, their sneak attack dice go from D6s to D8s. It's like, that's a cool capstone. And even that's not insanely powerful either, by the way. That's only an additional 10 damage average on the sneak attack. That's not insanely high. So, all in all, the biggest problem is really, with all this right here, all of this is, as you progress, you fall further and further behind the rest of the team. And that's kind of the biggest issue. This is the big issue right here, is as you get further along, you go from being the big dog in the party to the bottom of the party. And that in a game where generally speaking, everyone is trying to kind of stay sort of in the same range of each other. When you're the big guy and you suddenly become the bottom guy very, very quickly over time, and I would say over the course of 5 levels, it feels really, really bad. It may be okay according to the numbers, but it feels bad. And then like levels 14 onward, you kind of just don't exist anymore. Like your stuff is just bad comparatively, unfortunately. So, and part of this is really each class can really be compared to another class, right? Like you can kind of compare the fighter to the barbarian. You can kind of compare the sorcerer to the wizard. You can kind of compare the druid to the cleric. Right? You can kind of compare the bard to the warlock. You can compare classes, right? You can kind of take them. Who do you compare the ranger to? That's actually a pretty easy question. We should be comparing the ranger to the paladin. Because the paladin fits inside of the same power curve or should fit inside the same power curve as martial to magic. I would say the rogue, actually. So here's my reason why I don't compare them to the rogue in terms of design. Because the rogue has a design that doesn't fit any other class progression. They fit into a box that no other class actually fits into in 5th edition. If you were to compare the rogue to anybody, I think you can actually compare it to the artificer. Because both of them, they just have very different brands. The reason I don't compare the rogue to the ranger, and I think that the problem is that the ranger fits between the rogue and the paladin. Let me rephrase that. The rogue and the ranger fill similar roles in the party, but they fill different design spaces. The rogue does not have spellcasting. That's why I compared the Bard to the Warlock, because they both have spellcasting. You could make the argument that you can compare the Bard to the Rogue, because they're both skills classes. The problem is that skills classes in 5e don't really exist. Not, well, in 5.5, they don't exist. And the reason is because skills are everywhere. What class doesn't have half a dozen skills by the time that their character is finished being made? By level 3. Like half a dozen skills that they're actually good at. Everybody has half a dozen skills, even if they only have 5. Right? Everybody has at least 4, if not more. Well, there's only about what? 14 skills? Everybody has 4. Oh, look at that. We've got them all covered. So a skills class is mostly irrelevant in that regard. And because skills do not provide you with much outside of like the obvious, like athletics, for example, because skills inherently do not provide much value outside of the GM calling for a skill check, skill classes kind of fall. The skill class concept kind of falls by the wayside, especially when you consider that the barbarian gets skills now, the non martial oriented clerics and druids are good at their respective class skills of arcana, nature, and religion, because they get to add their wisdom modifier to it. The fighter gets to add the superiority die to a skill check, and then if it fails, they get the die refunded. I think the fact that they've built the first level spell is kind of shitty. I think that the idea is fine. The problem is that the spell doesn't scale. And it's kind of a good thing that the spell itself doesn't scale, because the spell would be insane if it did. The problem ultimately is that the Ranger's class features that try to make hunters, that first level spell scalable, are not good. I think the idea is fine. I think the problem is the execution. Since the Warlock gets the same blade thing, this is true. I agree with that sentiment. I think that it does help. It does, but the thing is like the first level. But the thing is, Hex is not a. It can be a class defining spell, but the thing is that Hex actually ends up getting used less and less as the game progresses for the Warlock, and it's the same reasons, right? It only applies damage once, unless it's been changed and I don't remember. I'm remembering wrong. But I believe Hex only applies damage once, so it's not really any different. Not anymore. Magical Initiate does not include Warlock, I don't believe. Magic Initiate. You learn 2 cantrips from your choice of Cleric, Druid, or Wizard spell lists. Yep. Can't take it. Not from Magic Initiate. You have to take it, so... And I'm very glad that they did that. This means that you have to do a level 1 dip into a Warlock. Now, doing a level 1 dip into a Warlock as a Sorcerer or a Bard is extremely easy. But back to the problem here. Hex. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to targets whenever you hit it with an attack roll. meaning it activates multiple times. Hunter's Mark does also apply multiple times. Yep, it is per hit, and so is Hunter's Mark. You deal an extra d6 of force damage to the target whenever you hit with an attack roll. Now, here's the problem. Here's the actual problem. So, they're comparable. Hex and Hunter's Mark are actually comparable. What's the difference between the Warlock and the Ranger at high level? How many times does Eldritch Blast go off? Higher levels, right? 3 times? 4 times. And they're D10s. Yep. Literally that's exactly what it is. The Ranger, 2 attacks. Unless you dual wield. Oh, but hold on, you can't dual wield. That requires your bonus action. Your bonus action is tied up by your class features. Or by the rest of your class a lot. So that's 1 less attack. So, there's a lot of issues here. Now, the reason that I say that they should be compared to the Paladin specifically, in terms of design space, is that they should be getting similar power upgrades as the Paladin at similar levels, because their inherent scaling, for example, the inherent scaling of spell slots is the same. You can, but that only gets you up to 3. Yeah, Nick does let you do that. It does do that. It does let you up to 3. But now you have to use weaker weapons. Right? You have to use weaker weapons now. You have to use D6 weapons. Or get feat support that let you use strength-based weapons. Oh, hold on. We can't use strength-based weapons. Strength-based weapons are not good for rangers. So the fighter just does it better now. Not to mention the bigger problem here, which is that it requires your concentration. Now, the big thing with warlocks, and the reason that it's okay for the warlock, is because they can cast hex once, and it's there for the entire day at the later levels, at the mid levels, I should say, because their spell slots scale better. But that aside, I'm gonna grab some coffee. Stand by. I think we actually have an ad break about to come up here in a minute. Oh no, we just finished it a few minutes ago. Okay, stand by. Okay. So here's the real question. Why should be compared to the Paladin? Similar structure should be similar in nature. So what do I mean by this? It's like, so when the paladin gets a powerful upgrade, the ranger should also be getting a powerful upgrade. When the ranger gets a mediocre upgrade, the paladin should be getting a mediocre upgrade or a utility upgrade. These upgrades should be comparable at each level because they fill the same design space. Now, they don't have to have, like, obviously the paladin is going to have more defensive and party robust oriented features than the ranger. The ranger is going to have more skill oriented or utility oriented features by comparison. And that's fine. But they should be comparable in usefulness at each level. That's the design space that you should follow, because they both have same spell level increments. The spells that the ranger exclusively has should be comparable to the paladin spells that the paladin exclusively has at those levels. Problem is, the paladin is the Wizards of the Coast's favorite child, and ranger is the middle child. Yes, I agree. But that's a problem that we can address. They do feel that, and because both are what we call half casters. Now, what is a half caster? Half caster does not mean half magical. Does not mean half magical. What it really means is martial with some spell casting. Is what it really means. Because your spells are not at half the power of a spellcaster's. You have half as many spell slots, you have half the spell slot level, you have half the spell slot potency, but spells do not scale linearly. They're exponential. They are martial classes with some spell casting, and rather than having martial features, they have magical features. So if we look at the paladin, for example, how much of the paladin is actually a martial oriented character? Okay, so we ignore their spell casting, right? They get their channel divinity. Well, that's not spell casting, that's a magical ability. They have fighting style, which, you know, they can gain blessed warrior if they want, but they get channel divinity. They have smite. They have faithful steed, aura of protection, abjure foes, aura of courage, radiant strike, restoring touch, or expansion. And then, of course, almost all of their subclass features are magical, right? Paladins are magical fighters. So the ranger should, now, I don't disagree with the sentiment that they should feel like a skillful fighter, because that's what the ranger used to be, but unfortunately skills don't have that design space. So that means that we have to move away from the skillful design space, and give them magical features, or they need to have unique skill-oriented features that the rogue doesn't get. Because the rogue gets skill-oriented features. Now they have to access them by giving up sneak attack dice, which I disapprove of, by the way. I don't really like that design for the rogue in 5th edition. I think that's bad, because the rogue already struggles to keep up with the fighter for damage. In a game where skills are mostly trivialized. And with the fact that they are significantly more vulnerable to damage than fighters are. Fighters have extra healing, have like self-healing, which is not amazing, mind you, but it is self-healing. Rogues only have so much that they got going for them. They rely on not being touched. because they get smacked if they don't. If they do, they also tend to have lower constitution. So, if we're looking at it from that design standpoint, the Ranger and the Paladin need to have similar power structures. Enter a dungeon and you need to find traps and disarm them. I mean, yes, but anybody that has expertise that generally trivializes that. The other thing also is that I think trap design, dungeon design in 5e is generally not very good. Because they threw out the idea of dungeon terms. That's like the biggest thing that I think that really destroyed dungeons for 5th edition, because all the dungeoneering tools that they had in the that they used to have are just gone. The other problem is every single class, and you should be able to make a character in any class and go, why am I playing this class? And every single class has that answer. Has an answer for that. Right? The rogue, I want to be I want to sneak around. I want to be skulky. I want to be able to just deal like one really, really good hit to people. I want to be really talented in a bunch of skills. Right? Rogue. I want to be a minstrel. Bard. Right? Every class has an answer to, I want to play this class for this reason. The Ranger does have an answer for this. It's just not very good. And that's, I want to use Hunter's Mark. Because that's what the class is, unfortunately. Now, if they had other things that you could do along with that, it'd be really, really good. But it doesn't. The Paladin can answer this question. I want to be the quintessential, I am the awesome man on the front line. I have auras, I have smites, I have this, I have that. I have spell casting, I have healing. I am the man on the front line that you want next to you. Right? That's what the Paladin is. Right? The Paladin has some really good answers for that. Ranger just doesn't have a good one at the end of the day. And that's more of a thing of class identity. So what does the Paladin have? Well, they have solid spells. Which the Ranger has some good spells. Don't get me wrong. Ranger has some good spells. All right. They also get free castings. For some of them. Not all of them. Not for a huge many of them, but some of them. They have Aura of Protection. You can't just... So, here's a really, really good thing that we can, point to, right? If the Paladin has Aura of Protection, what does the Ranger have? In order to, answer that. Because Aura of Protection's really good. Really good. Okay, there we go. Not sure what happened there. All right, we're back. I think we're back. Yep, we're back. Only temporarily. So, If the paladin has aura of protection, what does the ranger have? And even better, the 11th level upgrade. Are they comparable? Right? Does the 11th level upgrade that the ranger get, or I guess it'd be 13th level for the ranger, which is Relentless Hunter. Right? Well, no. It doesn't have to be at the same level that the paladin gets aura of protection. What I'm getting at is like the aura of protection is a really big defining feature of the paladin, right? Like, so before you get aura of protection, the big defining feature of the paladin is the divine smite, right? They have divine smite. So if that's the divine smite is the big defining feature, then hunter's mark is rangers, right? And I think that's a fair comparison, especially at low level. I think that, you know, that's a fair comparison. Like levels 1 through 5, that's very comparable. Okay, the paladin gets a second really quintessential feature, which is their aura of protection. What does ranger get that really makes them stand out? You could make the argument is their movement. I don't really think so. Personally, I don't think so. You could make the argument that it's the combination of their movement plus their expertise, but then we get back into the conversation about how good expertise really is. Which, to be fair, expertise at level 9 is actually kind of a big buff. Not gonna lie. It's like, you get tireless. That's not really a quintessential feature. Relentless Hunter, that's an upgrade, but that's not really comparable to the upgrades that Paladin's been getting for their Divine Smites. I guess you could make the argument that Nature's Veil is like the closest equivalent that the Ranger has to the Aura's Paladin. I don't think that's very good, though. I think Nature's Veil, they could just give them a free casting of Invisible. Or invisibility. Just give them a casting of invisibility and call it a day. Like, there isn't really a thing that the Ranger has that makes them stand out like Aura of Protection does. Like, it doesn't have that same feel-good feature. Now, again, being able to climb and swim at max speed, incredibly useful. All right? This means that when you fight in water, underwater, you don't take penalties to your attack rolls. That's really good. That's you get the high ground, meaning that you always have sights. You're harder to get to. Very good. Now, there has to be climbable surfaces for you to be able to utilize this, and that falls to the GM. But it means that, but the problem I have with this, and this is a design standpoint that I generally take issue with, is if I have to force the GM into a design space, the feature is not good. When a comparable feature, or a feature that it should be comparable to for another class, roughly speaking, does not require design space, right? The Paladin's auras do not require design space. Climb speeds and swim speeds require design space. So, while I think that this is a very good feature at level 6, I think it's not. I think it's a powerful feature. I think it has the potential to be just as good. It's potentially just as good. This requires good GM. Well, I'm gonna just say it. Most of us GMs, we might be okay at our jobs, but we miss stuff a lot. We miss things regularly. We forget to point things out. We forget to put things that are helpful. things that let the players really, you know, capitalize on stuff. We forget these things. We're not infallible. And in turn, that means that sometimes, like the Ranger in this case, they suffer. Paladin never suffers from design space because they just walk at things and laugh maniacally while they distribute divine justice. Also, just to throw this out there, the level 20, granted the Paladin is kind of like the exception a little bit. They're kind of like the really good one, but the Paladin's level 20 capstone ability are always good. I know they're subclass dependent, but they're always good. They're like, there's not a bad one in there. There's some that are like less good, yeah, but they're always fun. You never feel bad about using it. The Ranger, by comparison to all these things, Ranger doesn't have very many good unique spells. Like the Ranger spells specifically. Only Hunter's Mark, you get free castings. And we've discussed Hunter's Mark to death. A lot of the time, the Ranger ends up using Druid spells. Which is not good because, well, the Druid can cast them sooner and better. And more often. The Ranger just does not have a comparative, like, powerhouse feature like Aura of Protection. And unless you're picking a specific Gloomstalker or Fey Wanderer, you just straight up don't have a damage buff at level 11. You could make the argument that you do get it at Beastmaster, but because you have to spend your bonus action to attack things, it's like it's not the Beast. This gets into the Beastmaster Companion, which I think the Beastmaster Companion needs a little bit of help still. It's just you don't get the damage boost at 11 that all the other martial classes are getting. Right? Fighter gets another attack. Barbarians are getting features that let them push it a little bit harder. Paladins are just increasing their smite damage on a regular basis. Rogues are constantly getting slightly more damage. Level 11 is a tier shift, right? And most classes get a substantial damage buff around this time frame. The Ranger just doesn't. So, you know, unfortunately, and this creates a bigger problem, and we're going to move back over to like levels, to the higher levels, is that 16 plus, there just isn't any features in there that really justify taking Ranger all the way. You end up really wanting to multi-class. Like, really wanting to multi-class. Like, the level 20 capstone is infamously a joke among people. Right? Nobody even wants to really try using it. It has there's no excitement behind it. There's no fun behind it. Now, granted, if you do get, 4 attacks off, for example, you get your 2 ranged attacks, and then you have your Beast Companion also to make 2 attacks at that level. Like, okay, that's, instead of getting 4d6 bonus damage, assuming that all of them hit, of course, instead of getting 4d6, you get 4d10. So, that's an extra 2, 4, 6, 8 damage. It's not nothing, but wouldn't we rather just, just get a +2 to our dexterity and constitution, or dexterity and wisdom instead? get the flat +2s. Right? Or +4, I guess it would be technically, but like just get the better dexterity so that you have a higher accuracy, higher damage as flats. And then with your beast companion benefiting from the wisdom, also doing the exact same thing. If you don't have a beast companion and you are going dual wielding, then wouldn't it just be better to just get the bonuses then? Like it's one of those things where it's just like, I understand them not wanting to give the flat bonuses to the ranger, because I actually agree with the sentiment that they shouldn't be getting higher stats. Because they're the class I don't think of getting stats. I think that they should be getting a feature, sort of like the paladins, as opposed like, or not necessarily like a crazy, you know, divine explosion like the paladin, but they should be getting a really cool feature that is skill oriented, right? That shows off the prowess of a ranger, not the raw stats of a ranger, right? The monk, the barbarian, the fighter, those make sense to get raw stats because they're stat sticks, right? They're raw stat characters. The ranger's a skill is I'm not better, I'm not stronger than you, I'm not faster than you, I'm not tougher than you, I'm not more perceptive than you, I'm just better. That's what I think of when I think of like the capstone for a ranger. I'm just better. So that's that, right? Like that's kind of just the end of it. It just doesn't generate any form of excitement is the biggest problem. So problems. Oh, I need to. So, let's go 3. Let's go 3. It's too big otherwise. How to fix? How to fix? That's a really, really good question. So we can't fix, well, what we can't do, can't just buff, what's the word here? Is it unilaterally? We can't just buff unilaterally. Because, yep, did give a few things. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Can't just buff unilaterally. Why? 1 through 5 is already good. We can't buff levels 1 through 5 because it's already good. So we can't just give the ranger flat buffs to something like Hunter's Mark. We can't just make Hunter's Mark better, right? That just doesn't work. It's already good, right? It's good at low level. It's insane at low level. If you can get dual wielding going, it's insanely good at low level. And the other thing, still has what is the real problem. What is the real problem, and that is diminishing returns on leveling. Oh my gosh. D-min. Jeez. Diminishing returns on leveling. Right. You still get diminishing returns. Level 13 is still a joke of a feature. Level 10 is a bad feature. Like, right? Like the later levels are just bad levels. Right? You just get less good stuff. Overall. Right? Level 16 plus, garbage. Like Nature's Veil is okay. Relentless Hunter doesn't solve the problem. Tireless, dog shit. Expertise, it's okay. Right? Roving, pretty decent. But like once you get to expertise, it kind of just falls right off. Kaiser? I think is how you say it. Kaiser? Greetings and salutations. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I actually got one right. How about that? Oh, man. So it doesn't actually... So again, this doesn't really... This just doesn't solve the problem. So we need to figure out, plain and simple, it just needs new features. And I'm not going to say like it needs new features, it needs new spells, it needs new this. The feature literally felt like a ranger, but instead replaced it with fucking invisibility. So stupid. Yeah, I agree. Like even if they replaced it with the invisibility feature and just gave you a free casting of the invisibility spell, I would have been like, sure, okay. It gets rid of the flavor, but it's still good. It's just kind of bad now, unfortunately. Hidden in Plain Sight was a cool feature. It's like, do you know what I attribute that to? Mick Dundee. Mick Dundee is like a quintessential media ranger. Like modern ranger. He's a nature guy. The guy literally has like dominate beast, speak with animal, like an equivalent to speak with animal. Yeah, like primeval awareness. Like he's literally a ranger. And what does he do? If he goes into the bush, he vanishes. He literally just disappears. He'll stand right there and you don't see him. It's such a good trope. Now I do want to point out something. I don't really mind that the ranger has some minor damage issues. I don't think they should be doing the same kind of damage as a fighter, as a paladin, as a barbarian with the if the barbarian goes damage, because the barbarian's more of a tank. But I don't think the ranger should be doing the same kind of damage, scaling upwards, as these other classes. Maybe similar to... Yeah. 5.0, you got it at level 10, which they replaced with Tireless, which... To be fair, in the system, with the setups that I'm doing, it's funny. The changes that I make the game more explore heavy, and to utilize exhaustion as an actual mechanic, as opposed to like, not be useless, to be as polarizing. Unironically, just make the ranger better, because the ranger gets features that help it. Right? They can, at level 10, they can literally lower their exhaustion level every short rest. It's like, well, that's really good because that means that they get more health over the long term, over everybody else. If I'm utilizing exhaustion as a mechanic. Well, guess what? Exploration, generally speaking, has exhaustion as a mechanic. Or it should, right? The elements hurt you. Penalties for being like hit with stuff in the wild should reduce your stamina. Right? Rather than causing actual damage, it causes you to become lethargic instead. Right? It's the long haul that ruins you, not the damage that hurt you, not the scratch that hurt you. So, I think that with the way that it works now, I think we can keep a lot of the same features that inherently make it better in my own system, like the own systems that I'm adding, without taking anything away or damaging those things in a new Ranger's design, which is kind of nice. I do want to also point out another thing here, which is damage is not that big of a problem. Right? I want to just point that out. It's not that big of a problem. Now, it is a problem. I do think they need something at level 11. For certain class features. I think that they do need something. But then again, the subclass features help with that. They need feel-good features. Just plain and simple, they need feel good. Because even if something is good, if it's boring, nobody wants to play it. And this is so that when you get some Ranger levels, you'll want to stick with the Ranger. Yes, I agree. And, well, the other thing also is, like, so the big thing that I see a lot of people pointing out when it comes to damage, right, is damage is usually spiking at levels 5, 11, and somewhere around 16. Somewhere between 15 and 17, depending upon the class. Usually at 16, though. So you don't, and basically damage generally increases along the same timeline as the fighters' extra attack features and spellcasters' cantrip improvements. In those windows is when you need to have damage buffs, generally speaking. And if you don't, you need to have something comparable to it to help you. A good example of this for the Paladin is the Paladin at level 11 gets Radiant Strikes. Right? They don't get extra attack, but they get Radiant Strikes. The Rogue's constantly getting sneak attack dice. So they get less damage spiking, but they get damage increments instead. Monk, what do they get? They get the better flurry of blows. Right? I believe they get that actually at like level 13? No. They get that at level... When do they get that? Level 10. They get their damage buff as well. Like, everybody gets a damage buff around 10 or 11. Somewhere between 9 and 11. Somewhere between 14 and 16. Everybody gets damage buffs. The Ranger doesn't necessarily. It's tied to their subclass. Now, that's fine. I think that's good. Like, the Barbarian doesn't get a big damage buff at late levels. The Barbarian doesn't get a damage buff at 15. Their Brutal Strike improves, but Brutal Strike is just if you crit. That's whatever. Instead, they get their subclass features. Now, Barbarians are more durability oriented. Unless you're playing the Berserker. Or their subclass kind of dictates what they get a little bit. And that's fine, because the Barbarian is a defense and offense oriented class. When it comes to that. So, Ranger needs feel-good features. They don't need damage buffs. Really. Because Hunter's Mark does give them enough. Barbarian wants to keep going in the fight. Yeah, the Barbarian's damage is I'm still alive. The barbarian's damage is you haven't killed me yet. So, I also want to point out, I don't think, and I've seen a lot of people that are they just want to make the ranger be better at later levels. They just keep adding more damage dice. I think getting XD 6s or XD whatevers won't fix anything. Like, it's not going to fix anything at the end of the day. It just isn't. It's just not going to fix it. We want more unique spells. Like, a lot of the spells that the ranger ends up casting are spells that the druid has. That's not defining, right? Like, that's not character defining. That's just, oh, the druid can do it, so can I. It's like the paladin has a lot of stuff that the cleric does not do. Like, yeah, the paladin does do some things that the cleric does, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Right, like the paladin casting bless, the paladin having cure wounds, shield of faith, those are fine. But the paladin or command, these are cool things. The paladin uses command more than the cleric does, honestly. But they have a bunch of different smite spells. They have a bunch of aura spells. They have a lot of different things that kind of make them stand out from the cleric. The ranger doesn't really have a whole lot of stuff that makes them stand out, or at least that's good. That really makes them stand out from the druid. At least not as much. Like, I'm just going to go to the spell list, for example. Is it in references? It's in references. And I'm just going to pull up the spell list real quick here. Where's the ranger? Ranger. Save. And we're going to get rid of anything that the druid has. Or any of the other classes for that matter. So if we get rid of all the other classes, right? Ranger unique spells, right? Spells that only the ranger has. We have Ensnaring Strike, which, you know, not great in my opinion. Right? It's one attack and it forces a strength saving throw. Now again, this goes back to another thing, which is wisdom is going to be okay. So your DCs are not going to be as good. But it's only a D6 of damage. And it's restrained until the spell ends. And they can save and then the spell ends. It's like not a great use of a level 1 spell slot. It's not bad, mind you. Hail of Thorns is pretty good. Hunter's Mark. Sure. Level 1? Good. Otherwise not. Now, I want to point something out here. I'm going to make 2 caveats to this. To the next caveats to the next 2 spells. Zephyr Strike is from Xanathar's Guide. And Ambush Prey is from Humblewood. Both of these are allowed to be set. The GM, in my opinion, is allowed to turn around and say, you don't get to use these. So I think, and if we're looking strictly at the 5.5 Ranger, we should be looking at 5.5 and later oriented creation. So even though Zephyr Strike is a really good spell, right? Gives you a bunch of movement speed and a d8 of force damage and advantage on a weapon attack. That's pretty good. So, but it's also, it can also be put as null and void by the GM. Same thing with ambush prey. That is also one of the few ranger exclusive spells. What's another ranger exclusive? Oh, Cordon of Arrows. Well, Cordon of Arrows has been changed to not suck as much, in my opinion. Spell ends uproot whenever a creature other than you enters within 30 feet of the enemy. First time it ends its turn there, and it's creatures other than you, so you can't necessarily just designate. You can designate creatures that it doesn't attack, obviously, but creature must succeed a dexterity saving throw, meaning it doesn't use your attack roll, it uses your wisdom, or take 2d4 points of piercing damage. Now, that's up to 4 non-magicals. So, it's a form of AoE. It's less bad than it used to be, because it's only 1d6 previously. 2d4 is better than 1d6. Not by a lot, but I don't think it needed to be much better. It doesn't scale very well. This is not a great spell. This is a useful spell, but not a great spell. Conjure Barrage. This is a great 3rd level spell. 5d8. It's not 6d8. I think you could get away with 6d8 on this, but you know, that's neither here nor there. This is a cool spell. Lightning Arrow. Also, a cool spell. Doesn't hit very well, though. Transforms into a lightning bolt. Attack as you attack, hits or misses the creature, the weapon or ammunition you're using. Transfix forms a lightning bolt. Instead of taking damage an attack, target takes 4d8 lightning damage on hit, or half as much on miss. Each creature within 10 feet takes 2d8. Can I just point out that this is not very good compared to Conjure Barrage? Like, it's just not very good. Period. Like, this is in the same bucket as Conjure Barrage. This should be, this should be better. This really should be better. Oh, hey, look at that. We have zero unique 4th level spells. We do not have a single 4th level spell. Lightning Arrow. Lightning Arrow is 4d8 to the main target, and then 2d8 to all creatures within 10 feet of it. Dexterity half. For a 3rd level spell slot, when you have access to Conjure Barrage, which is 5d8 force in a cone. Right? Like, it's okay. There's uses for it, sure. Conjure Barrage is so much better, though. We have 0 4th level spells that the Ranger has exclusively, which is a problem. There's no exclusive Ranger 4th level spells. They're all borrowed from other spell lists. Somebody else has access to them all. And then we get to level 5. We have Conjure Volley, which is cool. 5th level spells tend to be mediocre to damage output. Or, no. 5th level spells tend to be pretty decent for damage output. Not insane, but decent. 8d8 force damage in a 40-foot radius, 20-foot high cylinder. Pretty good. Pretty good. And then we have Swift Quiver. Now, Swift Quiver is good. Up until so this means that you can use your bonus action to make 2 additional weapon attacks with your bow. That's cool. Oh, wait, this requires concentration, which means that you don't have your d6 of bonus damage from your hunter's mark, which means we don't want to use this. Wait, what's this? Other subclass features are tying up our bonus action, like the animal companion. We can't have that. So, like, the problem comes from a lot of things. Like, these spells are good, right? Like, Swift Quiver is good. Conjure Volley is good. Lightning Arrow, it's okay. Conjure Barrage, it's good. Cordon of Arrows, it's all right. Hail of Thorns, pretty good. But as soon as I remove the veto of Druid spells, we have Beast Bond. We have Entangle. We have Bark Skin, which is decent. We have Beast Sense. We have Healing Spirit. We have Pass Without a Trace. We have Summon Beast. We have Spike Growth. We have Conjure Animals. We have Wind Wall. Conjure Woodland Beings. Grasping Vines. Guardian of Nature. Commune with Nature. Tree Stride. Wrath of Nature. These are all spells that the Ranger has access to, that the Druid has access to before you, and casts them better because they're gonna have a 5 in their Wisdom. You're gonna have a 3 at best. Now, that isn't to say that these are bad spells. These aren't to say that these are bad spells. But well, the thing about tying up your bonus action is like your Hunter's Mark changing locations, for example. That eats up, I'd say, probably about 1/3 to 1/2 of your turns. And then your if you want a bonus action attack, that eats up your bonus action. Yeah, it is primarily like any summons that you have, those also take up your bonus actions. There's a lot of things that eat up your bonus action because most fights, most hallway oriented fights should only go to 3 to 4 rounds. And that means that Hunter's Mark is eating up probably half of those on their own. For longer fights, Hunter's Mark is definitely a little bit more higher value because you are moving it less. But that's another conversation. Now, again, these are not bad spells. The problem is that these spells come online when much later, when a Druid already has access to them. And you can't front load these spells. You can front load Ranger exclusive spells to be better than spells of equal level in other classes, right? The Paladin and the Ranger exclusive spells, a Ranger's 3rd level spell can be better than a 3rd level spell for a Wizard or a Druid, because the Ranger gets 3rd level magic at level 9. It can be equivalent to a 4th level spell, because if they wanted to, right? You can front load Ranger and Paladin exclusive spells in order for them to keep up with other spellcasters. Now, again, this isn't to say that I think that these spells that the Ranger has are bad. It's just, I would like really, really good exclusive Ranger spells and spells that don't tie up your concentration if they want you to be using Hunter's Mark so much. By contrast, if we go Paladin, let's look at the Paladin exclusive list. Oh, look at this. This is much longer. We have, what is this? Spire of Secrets. Okay, I'm just going to ignore that one. We have Compel Duel, Divine Favor, Divine Smite, because that's technically a spell, Searing Smite, Thunderous Smite, Wrathful Smite, Fine Steed, Shining Smite, Branding Smite, Crusader's Mantle, Find Greater Speed, which is a Xanathar's thing at this point, Staggering Smite, Banishing Smite. Circle of Power is not in the 2024 rules, but they did have that. And Destructive Wave. Now, not all these smites, because they're mostly smites, but there's a clear theme going on here. They have two main things that make them stand out. They have all of those different kinds of utility-oriented smites, which, you know, are fun. They have their steed. And then at low level, they have Compel Duel, Divine Favor. All of these spells feel good to use. Okay. Not sure why that happened. Crusader's Mantle is very, you know, it's very specific in its use. Grants everybody that deals an extra d4 of damage. If you have people that utilize a lot of attacks, like a monk or a 2-weapon fighting ranger or fighter or something of that nature, this is insanely good. But it doesn't see as much play, sure. But Destructive Wave? This is a everything around me this is a get off me spell for the Paladin. And it's 10d6 total damage. Well, that's pretty good. So there's big wow factors in there for the Paladin. I would like to see more wow factor spells for the Ranger. Like Ranger exclusive. I would have loved, even if they just did a similar thing that they did with the Paladin, and they just made some shots-oriented spells, trap-oriented spells that were, you know, because the Paladin just has a bunch of smites. If they did the same thing with the Ranger, a bunch of trap spells, oh, that'd be cool. Like a bunch of shot and trap spells that were exclusive to the Ranger. That would be cool. Now they have Cordon of Arrows, sure. Can we get another one at level 3 or 4? Hell, can we get a shot? Can we get a shot, a stride, and a trap spell for level 4? Because level 4 is such a dead spell level for the Ranger. That would be awesome. So, basically, here's what we need. We need new features by and large. All right, there's no way around that. So we need what we need by and large, new features. We need to enhance some features. And this is like new features, a base class, to be fair. They just really need it. We need new spells. Ranger exclusive. We need new exclusive Ranger spells. And then subclasses. I think they need to be some of them need to be a little bit more exciting. They just need a little bit of help, some of them. Not all of them. Some need a little help. Just a little bit, right? Like, some of them need just a little bit of oomph. And this might be something as simple as increasing the amount of hit points that your animal companion has. This might be something as simple as making something not reliant on your wisdom modifier because you're not gonna hard press it. It could be something as simple as that. The Gloomstalker or the Fey Wanderer might need some minor adjustments on their dice, right? Like, because those are the two. Like the Gloomstalker is the assassin build, right? It's the DPS build. The Hunter is the long-term damage build. There's some minor adjustments that probably need to be in there to help adjust to the Ranger to be a little bit better. Now, obviously, not a lot needs to happen, but they need a little bit. So, that's... this actually needs to be... That's the undo button. That's so weird. All right. So, what do we need? We need that. And this isn't to say that we need to do a ton of stuff for the Ranger overall. But overall, the class does need a genuine rework. Like, a proper rework overall. It needs a bunch of changes. It doesn't need a huge amount of changes. And I don't think we need to throw the Ranger in the trash bin as is. I think we actually need to just adjust a few things. Because the Ranger, like I said before, the Ranger at level 1 through 5 is fine. Great even. It's after that where it starts to kind of slowly become less and less relevant as the game progresses. I'm going to get more coffee, take a little leak, and I'll be back in a minute. Okay. So, here's what we are going to do. We're going to compare the Ranger level by level, the Paladin. Now, they need to be able to scale the same as they need to overall scale about the same. So let's dig into the first major problem, that the first place that the Ranger starts to fall off. And that is, of course, like, well, let's just discuss first off what doesn't need to be changed on the Ranger. So, and this is just base Ranger. So let's discuss their features. All right. So they have first level. So at first they have. So they at first. Oops. I should do this. So they have spellcasting. Their spellcasting is fine. They have favorite enemy. Weapon masteries. Okay. They have spellcasting, favorite enemy, and weapon mastery. All these are good. All these are fine at level 1. I think these are amazing at level 1. They get 2 weapon masteries. They get favorite enemy. They get spellcasting. So they can get the Nick property if they want. They can get the slow property on the bow. They have a lot of good stuff in here. There's plenty of good stuff that they can do with this. Weapon masteries are, let's see here. They have cleave. They can get graze. They can get nick. They can get push, sap, slow, topple, vex. These are all good on the Ranger. There's no problems here. Like, at all. I don't see any problems with that. These are fine. Oh, they do get Deft Explorer still. I thought they got rid of that. My bad. Just a little quick edit there. So those are fine. I think those are great even in some cases. Let's see here. Let's actually change this a little bit. Oops. To let's actually let's take a table here. There's no insert table hotkey that I've been able to find. So let's go with good and bad. Spellcasting. Come on. Spellcasting is good. Weapon masteries. Weapon masteries is good. And we're going to actually add one more. We're going to add okay. Favorite enemy, in my opinion, is okay. Now. Oops. Favorite enemy being okay is mostly hinged on Hunter's Mark. Because that's what favorite enemy is now. Is it relies on Hunter's Mark. Now, if you told me that I could cast this twice only for free every day. Later on, you get 6 castings of it. Yeah, because I'm going to cast this 6 times. If you told me that I could get Favorite enemy. And anything that isn't good, by the way, is up for change. So we'll discuss favorite enemy later, actually. Let's see here. Level 2. Okay, level 2. Deft Explorer. You gain the following. You choose one of your skill proficiencies in which you lack expertise. You gain expertise. 2 languages of your choice. 5.5 has fewer languages being handed out to people. Now, languages, I'm going to say this. I'm going to just say this, okay? From my delving into the internet, generally speaking, languages are a relatively low impact feature. LT Grimer, what's going on? I am basically spending this week very meticulously and carefully, starting today, picking apart the Ranger, what problems it has, what problems people say it has, what I think it has problems with, trying to figure out exactly what's causing those problems, why they're problems, and then finding solutions for the class as a whole. And then developing those solutions. And that's going to be like a week-long process. So the long and short of what I've come to the conclusion of is Ranger, level 1 through 5, fantastic. Level 1 through 6, great. Like the 6th level feature, some people might not be impressed by it, but I think it's fine. After that, that's when things start to get a little weird. And then it progressively gets worse and worse and worse the further along you go. And this isn't just a damaged conversation. This is a, like, Ranger identity conversation. There's a whole slew of problems here. But right now, for the time being, we are addressing class features. And whether or not they're good, or, like, good being good enough, okay being a good idea, but not great, and then bad just being it needs to be replaced, is kind of how I'm doing this. So Deft Explorer, you gain 1 expertise. Okay, should get 2. Languages, 2. You gain 2. All right, I'm gonna just say this: languages are low impact. They are extremely low impact at most tables. Most tables do not give a hoot about languages very much. They don't actually get brought up very often. According to what I've been able to deduce from people I talk to, and from people I talk to on the internet, from various forums, most people just, languages are ribbons for the most part. They are fun for roleplay purposes, but they do very little when it comes to giving characters actual power. Now, that being said, expertise, that's pretty good. I think they should be getting 2. I don't think trading off 1 expertise for 2 languages is a really good trade. That's just me, but I know that there's room to make the argument. So I think Deft Explorer is fine, especially when you consider that it does give a form of identity to the Ranger in that they are traveled, right? They are experienced. I think that the idea is there. I think that's good. I think that's okay, but I don't think it's good. Fighting style. This is great. Nothing needs to be changed here. Getting a fighting style, you can either learn 2 druid cantrips of your choice, or you can just, like, pick up any of the fighting styles. Right? The fighting style feats, like, this includes
Greetings, traveler.
a bunch of stuff. LT Grimer, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Agree. The only time I've seen it used is specifically when talking to an individual that only speaks 1 language, or you want to have a secret conversation that you don't want the party to know. Yeah. And because most of the time when it comes to ruins or old facilities, it's almost always written in an esoteric language such as Arcana, or Druidic if there's a druid in the party, because they're not going to use it otherwise a lot of the time. A language that's associated with a religion of a specific kind. It's an intentionally esoteric language that you just don't have access to. And it's either going to be the players are just going to have the language and you get to pay homage to them having the language, or they're not allowed to have the language because you want the mystery, because the mystery is fun. So I think that this is not a good use of that. By the way, taking the druid cantrips, being able to take Shillelagh for a wisdom-based weapon, for a wisdom-based druid, is actually insanely, incredibly fun. It's so fun. Shillelagh, being a druid with a Shillelagh is bonkers. It's really fun. It's actually really good too. When so here's the thing. If you look at how chapter 2 is structured, you can only access languages in which that you can only do languages in which that you have access to, because they put a restriction on, if my memory serves correctly, because it's been a while since I've looked at character creation for 5.5. I believe there's restrictions on non-common languages. And I believe, well, hold on, 2 languages of your choice from language tables. Yeah, so you can just pick. Like, this is where Favored Enemy really found a way to make things interesting. It's like, if you chose dragons as your favorite enemy, you learned Draconic. It's like, that makes sense. If the creatures of the abyss, or demons were your favorite enemy, or aberrations were your favorite enemy, you knowing their language makes a lot of sense. But you don't have anything that really ties you to that now, because favorite enemy doesn't do that. It dilutes the value on the flavor. It waters it down. Ranger subclass, we're going to ignore those for now. Let's see here. Ability score improvement. Yep. Extra attack. Yep. By the way, I'm also just going to point this out. I'm just going to put extra attack in here because it should be in here. Extra attack is really good. It's really good. Fundamental. Martial class. Needs extra attack. Roving. Roving is, in my opinion, good. It is a good class feature. You get, your speed goes up by 10. So long as you aren't wearing heavy armor. You get this climb speed. You get the swim speed. These are useful. These are really good. Moving 40 feet on a climb speed and a swim speed, really, really useful. Again, this comes back to something I was saying before, which is the problem is this is a design space feature. Much in like how languages are design space features. Languages have to be used correctly in order for them to see value. Roving needs to be designed around correctly in order for it to see value. The GM needs to be putting elevation into your combat zones. They need to be putting water into your combat zones for this to be useful. If they aren't, then having a swim speed is pointless if you're not under duress. Having a climb speed is pointless if you are not under duress. Because you can conquer those things with time. And time is not, generally speaking, a very big resource in D&D. At least not 5.5 in a lot of ways that players run it. Now, if you bring back something like dungeon turns, you can make time a very big thing. But this is an environmental. Environmental means that you're reliant on your GM. Now, plus 10 movement speed, always useful. Always useful. No argument there. So I think it's good. However, I know that it might need, but it might need a little something. It might need just that little something. This is great information since I'm building a Gloomstalker Assassin. I'm ignoring subclass stuff right now, but yeah. For a Gloomstalker, this is amazing for a Gloomstalker. It lets you set yourself up into great positions. I did a in 5.0, I did a sword and board based ranger. And I was like, I was kind of giving the GM a bit of a headache. They're like, yeah, you're kind of hard to kill. I'm like, yeah, I'm a ranger. I have a D10. I have shields. I have medium armor. Like, what do you want from me? That's terrifying. Level 7, we get the subclass feature. Level 8, we get the ASI. Expertise. Okay. Here's the deal. I'm going to get a lot of flack for this. This is not expertise's fault. This is not the fault of expertise. This is at fault of skills, by and large. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. Skills are low value in 5th edition. They do not provide you much in 5th edition. They can do a lot. There's a lot they can do. But when a party of 4... So, the application of skills in 5.5 is, with the exception of grappling, is the GM asks you for a skill check, you make it or you don't, and then you move on. There is very little features that there's no abilities attached to skill checks outside of grappling. There's no special maneuvers that you can do as a result of these skills. There's no special information that you can get from these skills that do not botch your turn in addition to doing that. The skills are way too low value, generally speaking, to warrant this being to warrant expertise as this valuable. In addition to this, if you have 4 party members, you can cover every single skill in the game and possibly a couple of tools as well without much difficulty. You might have 1 or 2 skills left on the wayside that will be picked up later. By level 3, every skill is taken care of and somebody is good at it. Now, there are exceptions to this, but generally speaking, because every class is good at skills now, the value of expertise goes down. Supply is too high against demand. Druids and clerics are now good at their relative information-based skills, right? Arcana, nature, religion. History as well, I believe, is also an option for clerics, if my memory serves. Fighters get to add their superiority die to their skill checks, or to a number of skill checks. And if they fail, they get the die refunded to them. Barbarians get skills added to their repertoire. Rogues, bards are both great, both have inherently very good skills. Warlocks and sorcerers have good social skills because of their inherently high charisma. There's so many, and because the number of skills in the game are so few by comparison to the number of skills that proficiencies that player characters do get overall, this is not that great. Now, getting this at level 9 does mean that you are getting a +4 to 2 skills of your choice. That's pretty good. That is very good. That means that you're gonna make those skill checks. But with the lack of versatility in the usefulness of skills outside of the GM prompting you for a check, this does very little. This is kind of where I wish a lot of stuff from previous editions of D&D, or even just Pathfinder 2, where skills are kind of like pseudo spells. Now, I think you'd have to make some changes, and that you'd have to give less skill access to a number of classes to make this worth doing. But, and not by a lot, like just lower the number of skill access that each class gets by 1, except for the ranger, the rogue, and the bard. But that's an entirely different conversation. Bards used to rely on performance to do their skills, to do their stuff. I think that would be cool to bring something like that back. Make them a skills-focused, oriented class. I would love to see that again. But unfortunately, I don't think that it's very good anymore. Like, you'd have to redesign the rogue completely, in my opinion. You'd have to redesign parts of the bard, and you'd have to redesign parts of the ranger, which we are doing, in order to make skill checks as abilities viable. We'd have to make them class-oriented, which I'm fine with, right? Ranger, rogue, bard. 3 skill-oriented classes. And maybe you can make an argument for the artificer as well. And redesign it so that those classes get features based on skill checks. That'd be cool. I'd love to see that. But skills have very limited scope and use. So, as a result, because they have limited scope and use, they're not as good. I don't think it's bad, though. I think this is good. I think this kind of pushes the form of identity on the ranger, which is that I am a martial character that has some magical abilities, but I'm also just built different, because I'm just better. I'm skilled. I'm just better. I think this is very good for the ranger's identity overall. Tireless. So, I don't know if I would call this, in my own systems of change, my own homebrew rules, this is okay. But we're not building for that. We're building for base rules. By the way, base rules, expertise is amazing. Or sorry, not base rules. My rules, expertise is great. Expertise is amazing in my games because I let people take an information action, which lets them search or investigate. Is it seek? Yeah, seek or search, I think is the 2 actions. What are the actions? I gotta look this up. It's no, not actions. Search or study. I let players get a free search or study action on each of their turns. So this makes skills much better. Because you can immediately use all of your intelligence or wisdom based actions immediately. This makes a lot of those better. So this makes it really, really good for the ranger. If you take expertise in perception, it's like, oh, you can always spot a guy in the room that's trying to hide. And it doesn't cost you your action to do so. You can learn information about enemies with that action as well, right? So it's like you can spend around, like everybody isn't stuck botching their turn trying to figure things out. You can spend that information action to figure stuff out instead. So that makes expertise actually good for me, but mediocre for everybody else. Tireless in the general sense is just bad. Exhaustion is a useless mechanic, or is a unused mechanic. Okay? It is far too punishing to give your players more than one. It is far too rare to warrant it being given out. To warrant giving a healing oriented thing for players as a short rest. Because if you give more than one, your players are just gonna like not do anything and go to rest anyways. It's not good. It's a very bad mechanic. So this is whatever. Like the resting is whatever. And then we also have, and then as a magic action, you get to add temporary hit points equal to your 1d8 plus your wisdom mod. All right. At level 10, you might have a +3 on your wisdom mod, unless you're doing something with your wisdom, like some sort of wisdom oriented build. At which point your AC, God help you. A D8, even if you have a 5, a D8 plus 5 is 10. 10 5 times throughout a day. Well, you have to give up your magic action. You have to give up an action to do this. So it's once per combat, really, because giving yourself 10 temp HP as an action at level 10 is not good. This is a pre-fight setup. This is what you do in between combats. So you get to use it 3 times. Okay. On a regular build, like a regular ranger might have a 3. Okay, D8 plus 3, so that's 8 hit points on average. 3 times. Okay, 3 fights. 3 times you get a plus 8 hit points. Okay, that's plus 24 hit points. 24? 24 hit points over the course of the day. Not bad. But it's not really a 10th level feature. Like, it's not really going, wow, I get a bunch of temp HP. It's like, I get a little bit of temp HP. Because 8 is not enough to really stop anything. It's not enough to really stop a blow of a hit or turn damage at level 10. And they can't put it to a bonus action because your bonus action gets tied up a lot already. Like, it's already being utilized by you as much as you really... Like, you're looking to use your bonus action as much as you can. So this can't really get moved to a bonus action. In my humble opinion, this should be about as good as the monks. This should be like magic action, once per long rest. You get temp HP equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier plus your level. If you're going to even go that route. At which point this is 13 plus 8. Or 13 plus 5, so 18 hit points. 18 temporary hit points. That's temporary hit points. Now you get that once per day. Is that over total lower value? Yes. But is 18 temporary hit points actually going to make a difference in a fight? That it could. That's 2 levels worth of temp HP. That is enough to make a difference. Tireless also just sounds like something that you kind of expect on a barbarian more than a ranger, although I do understand this. I think this just needs to be changed. I don't think, like, In my own games, I would actually keep this mostly the same, but in general use, this needs to be different. Subclass feature, ASI, Relentless Hunter. Oh god, okay. God, is this awful. Okay, taking damage no longer breaks your concentration on Hunter's Mark. Can we just agree that this is bad? Like, just straight up bad? Like, there's no value in this. This also counterintuitive. This also gives counter value to you getting more castings of Hunter's Mark throughout the day, because it means that you'll never lose it. Right? Like, this is so bad. There's a million things that we can give Hunter's Mark at level 13 that would be better than this. It would be more fun than this. More wow factor than this. Like, there's no wow factor here. Nature's Veil is okay. I think it needs a little bit of help. I personally would have rather just gotten Hide in Plain Sight back. Hide in Plain Sight is just such a cool feature. It feels awesome. Getting a furball, like, racial ability 3 times per day is what is not very good. And then we have the ASI. We have Precise Hunter, which gives you advantage on Hunter's Mark. Okay, this is garbage. All right? This is not... Like, this is just not it. Oh. This is just, like, this is not it. Advantage at level 17. You always have advantage. Like, advantage is so prevalent in 5.5. It's everywhere. You have it all the damn time. Level 17, like, this is not helpful. Also, there's a whole thing I have about advantage. I don't like advantage as a mechanic. Mathematically speaking. I think it's terrible, mathematically speaking. I think it's great for play at the table. I think it's bad mathematically. Feral Sense. Feral Sense is good. I'm gonna just say it. Feral Sense is good. I think that's great. Gain Blind Sight out to 30 feet. Fantastic. I think this is amazing. I think this is like gives that idea that you can't sneak up on the ranger. He just knows, right? He knows you're there. You can't hide on him. It's like, I see you hiding, right? It's that thing. I think that's great. A little late, maybe. Like, you could argue that maybe we could push this down to, like, I mean, I guess you could push it down to 17 at best, because you can't really push it down to 14. That's a little early. Is Blindsight to how much? 30 feet. It's a 30-foot range. Like, it's far. It's the movement distance of most creatures. Like, it's really good. Now, it comes online at 18, and that's a cool, and this is, like, so that's really great and all. I think it really should be at, like, you could make the argument for 14, that feels early, but you can't put it at 15 because that's a subclass. You can't put it at 16 because that's an ASI. And I think 17 would be a better spot for it, but that's also because Precise Hunter is garbage. I think that's fine. And then... The meme. Bow Slayer. Can we just talk about how bad this is? like, I'm sorry. Can we just talk about how bad this is? Your Hunter's Mark, you know, that spell that you don't want to cast? Yeah, it's better. You get D10s instead of D6s. At best, it's plus, what is that? At its best, if you hit all 4 attacks, that's plus 8 damage. On average. Oh, this feature sucks. It has no wow factor. Like, empirically, it's not actually terrible. It's not terrible, empirically. It's just, it's so damn boring. It's not great. It's just not bad. Empirically, it's not bad. But listen, when you get this, right? And the Paladin, whom you should be is sharing the design space of, the design structure of with the Paladin. When the Paladin can instead, you know, let's just look at Vengeance Paladin, can instead, as a bonus action, you can sprout wings and gain a fly speed of 60 feet. You can hover, and whenever a creature whenever an enemy is in aura of protection, they have to make a saving throw or have the frightened condition for a minute. And attack rolls against the frightened creature have advantage. Like, I'm sorry, but these are not the same. Like, that's even though advantage, in my opinion, is not a huge deal here, the frightened condition, yeah, that's kind of whatever. The fact that you get a fly speed, you can, like, this has wow factor. This has awesome factor. This is like, I get to fly, strike fear into my enemies, and beat the shit out of them. For 10 minutes. Like, this has wow factor. This has this is a paragon ability. This is cool. Ranger just doesn't have that. There's no wow factor to this. And getting flat bonuses, right? Getting the +2 dexterity, +2 wisdom, even though I think that is a bad idea for the Ranger. I don't think that's a good idea for the Ranger. Even though you could do that, and it would be better. It'd be way better. You at least don't feel bad about it. It's still, like, way better than Foe Slayer. Foe Slayer is just astronomically bad. And in case you guys hadn't noticed, generally speaking, things just get worse the higher level you go. Of the 6 things that are good, even the 7th thing, of the 6 things that are good, 4, if not even maybe even 5, if you want to even really include roving in there, are level 6 and lower. The only other good one after that is Feral Sense. We immediately get into mediocre, and then the stuff at the end, towards the end, is all bad. I think the biggest issue here is they basically add a bunch of features from Tasha's and said, oh, sorry, we're actually removing these features and just giving you more spells, since those features were bad, and also made those features slightly worse. Well, I think part of the reason is their new design philosophy, because they're trying to push core use abilities into spells. So, for example, Divine Smite and what's it called? Come on, what is it? And Find Steed are both spells now. But they're not spells, they're class feature spells. Pact of the, if my memory serves, Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Tome, and Pact of the Chain are also spells? Or did they change that? No, that was a design philosophy that they were going with, and then they got rid of it. Okay. So that was a design philosophy that they had, but during playtest, but they got rid of it. Okay. I couldn't remember. But so the idea is they tried to push things a little bit more into actual spell casting, which I don't dislike. I think it's fine. The problem is that a lot of these things don't work out well overall. Now that aside, we need to make these changes. Those are the things. So let's be clear here. I personally don't think that anything under good needs any change. Like, removed all the fucking flavor of the Ranger, also removing all its exploration features and favorite enemies. So, in regards to the flavor thing, I agree. I agree that the flavor of the Ranger has been, like, they basically removed Ranger flavor entirely and shoved it all into subclasses. They basically said, your Ranger identity is based on your subclass. Which, no, that's bad design. Because the Beastmaster, the Gloomstalker, the Fey Wanderer, and the Hunter do all have an identity to them. The problem is that there's no base Ranger identity. Whereas there is a base identity to the Fighter, the Rogue, the Paladin, Sorcerer, Wizard. They all do have a base identity. The Ranger doesn't. They neutered the Ranger and made it a bad fighter with Druid spells. Agreed. And that's kind of the big thing that we need to address. So, now, to be clear, spellcasting, weapon mastery, fighting style, extra tech, roving, although I think that maybe it needs like a ribbon feature kind of attached to it because for general play, because it needs to be able to give you something other than 10-foot movement speed that is always applicable. I think that, like, doing something like being able to ignore difficult terrain would be another good thing to add. But, again, this also relies on design space. And then feral senses, fantastic. All these features, they can just stay exactly as they have been. No change required. The okay features, favorite enemy, deft explorer, expertise, and Nature's Veil are not bad by their nature. They're not bad features, but they do need a tune-up. They do need some changes. The idea is good, but they require help. Tireless, Relentless Hunter, Precise Hunter, and Foe Slayer all need to go in the trash bin and be replaced. They need to be replaced, plain and simple. So, let's have a little fun here. Let's look at what did the Ranger back in the day have? So we can look at a few different Rangers over a few different editions. For example, we can look at the Ranger from 5.0, right? So here's a good example. All right. Natural. So the 5.0, let's just do this. Also, reading the original post for the new Ranger, it was stated that the reason they removed their favorite terrain and favorite foe is because they gave them the more hunter marks. Keep up the damage with fighter, paladins, and barbarians. Okay. So At levels 1 through 5, this is accurate. Levels 1 through 5, this is accurate. But it doesn't work past that. Because once you get to level 11, their damage compared to everybody else just drops right off. Because their damage doesn't really go up at level 11, unless you're playing the Gloomstalker or the Fey Wanderer, specifically. And even like the Beast Companion one, that doesn't really go up that much. Because, yeah, your Beast Companion gets one more attack, but your Beast Companion does not do all that much damage. They're also a Wisdom-reliant subclass, so it's also not great for that as well. Like, the best way to play the Beastmaster is actually just to go with Shillelagh, which is dumb. I hate it. So, 5.0. We had Natural Explorer. This was cool. Gave you favorite terrains and stuff. We like this. Can't be lost by magical means. We had favorite enemy, which was type specific. All right. This is useful. This is good. This is interesting. Favored foe. I hated favorite foe. We are going to skip that one. We had fighting styles, spellcasting at second. We had primeval awareness. Another cool feature. Not incredibly useful in my opinion, but a cool feature nonetheless. Let's see here. We had favorite enemy and natural explorer improvements. We had landstride, which has kind of been replaced. Like landstride is kind of the same thing, has kind of been replaced with the roving thing, and I'm okay with that. And then of course there's the good one, good old hide in plain sight. I don't know why they got rid of this feature. This feature's great. Like they should have just kept this. Vanish is a cool feature that, albeit not great, being able to hide as a bonus action on your turn, and then you can't be tracked by non-magical means unless you choose to leave a trail. That's a nice feature. It's not great, but they also got a favorite enemy improvement at that same time. So it was, it was two features. Feral Senses, they got that already. And then Foe Slayer at level 20, you can add your Wisdom modifier to the attack or damage roll of the attack, or the damage roll of an attack that makes against one of your favorite enemies. You can choose to use this feature before or after the roll, but before the effects of the roll are applied. So they used to be able to just flat add their Wisdom modifier to their attack roll or damage roll against a favorite enemy. That's awesome. I think that is a good feature, but it needs to be applied earlier. And this is a callback to how favorite enemy used to work in older editions. Now, we can do another thing here, which is we can look at the Ranger in 4th edition. Now, 4th edition is an entirely different monster. I'm going to get into the mess of that in a minute here, because right now we're in the assessment phase. We're in the assessment and research phase. We're not going to actually look into actually make the replacements. We're just looking at what needs to be replaced and what used to be there and what maybe we could put in. I'll be right back. I'm going to take another pee, and then I'm going to also get a little more coffee. I think we're at ads anyways. Yes, we are. Okay. So, here we are. Back to this. You know what? I just realized you guys can't see what I'm looking at. Let's go to 4th edition Ranger. And I will... Okay, it just takes a minute for it to freak out, I guess. We'll add window capture. Oh, geez. And then this way down. There we go. So if we look at the Ranger from 4th edition, there we go. That's much better. What did the Ranger get? So the Ranger, we're not going to get into like the maths of Ranger in 5th and 4th edition. 4th edition is a bit of a very weird style of game compared to most other forms of D&D. So I'm not going to bore you guys with it. It's a tactician's game more than anything else. It's very gamey, video gamey. So it is actually a lot of fun. There was a whole OGL problem with it, and it wasn't good. If you weren't a tactical gamer, it wasn't a particularly good system for you. It was pretty punishing if you weren't that. So it didn't fit well with a lot of people. And a lot of people at the time were also really just pissy with them and moved on to Pathfinder. So combine fast-hitting melee attacks with excellent range abilities and shift easily into melee and range combat. You're moderately resilient in battle, but you prefer hit and run attacks or ambush over prolonged struggle matches. Hit hard, get out. That is the Ranger's way. So they make a very clear idea of how a Ranger should fight. And this is very, very good. There's a clear design philosophy here. And if my memory serves, Michael Merles is the one that did this. And he's making his own thing right now because he's addressing a lot of problems that D&D5e actually has. And I agree with him on most things that he designs. Not everything, but most things. And most things that he talks about designing is just following a slightly different variant of the older way of doing things, ironically. What? What is it, Nano? Oh, okay. You have an idea. Okay. My brain chemicals are going. Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to go through this. So the big things they get. So original Rangers gain the following features at first level: Hunter's Quarry, Fighting Style and Prime Shot, Beast Mastery, and then final Fighting Style and Running Shot. So I'm just going to do a quick check on what Hunter's Quarry is, because I don't think it's actually in here. Oh, no, it is in here. Okay. We'll find it. So, Beast Mastery. When the Beast Mastery and Prime prime slot / running slot features to replace one of these. Oh, one of the following choices. So prime shot, beast mastery, of running attack. So the rangers get a beast companion. Okay, cool. They gave up a type of attacking. Running attack, which I believe let you move while attacking, which was the thing that you couldn't originally do. And then prime shot, I believe, was something that let you just attack stuff. So this gave you a beast companion. And then fighting styles, which was various. You got fighting style, which is the archery fighting style, which you got the defensive mobility. If you took a hunter, you got quick draw, so you got free action to sheath stuff, and +4 AC versus opportunity attacks provoked by ranged attacks. +1 speed while not using a shield or two-handed weapons, which meant, by the way, 5 feet. That's 1 extra space. Or you got treat one-handed weapons as offhand, which meant that you could use something other than a super light weapon like a dagger. You could use a longsword instead. So you could just get straight into good 2-weapon fighting. Hunter's Quarry. Look, this should actually sound very familiar to a lot of people. Ranger with Hunter's Quarry class feature kit once per turn as a minor action, so bonus action. Designate the nearest visible enemy as his or her quarry. Designation lasts until the end of the encounter. The quarry is defeated, or the ranger designates a different target. Once per round, ranger deals an additional 1d6 per tier damage when hit his or her quarry attacks. Tier, by the way, is the tier of play, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's the ranger's damage scaling. You target a foe, and you take them on. Prime shot gives you one if none of your allies are near to you, to your target, than you are. You receive a +1 range bonus attack roll against the target. Basically, as long as you're working alone, you're a little bit better. Running attack, standard action. If you use a standard action that lets you move, such as a charge or a skirmish shot, you end the movement with 2 squares away from you where you began the move. You gain +1 attack rolls made as part of the standard action. Looking at this, there's different fighting styles or similar that basically give you different benefits and encourage you to focus on specific types of fighting. What if you add a feature, either unique fighting styles or like the packs, where the warlock basically gives you a different feature, encouraging you to play in a specific style. So the fighting style feats that we have in 5e are intended to do that. The problem is that the benefits they give are not huge, but also not small. They encourage you to fight a specific way. The problem is that it usually ends up locking you into either a specific kind of weapon or a specific kind of weapon. That would be like ranged weapons or one-handed weapons or two-handed weapons. Whereas this, and I'm agreeing with you, this gives you a style as opposed to a weapon. Right? Either shot on the run, fighting in tandem with a beast, or fighting solo. Right? Those are cool. Those are things that give you benefits. So that's a thing that we could do too, yeah. So we go back to Obsidian. Go back to this. We'll call him Ranger Tactics. Basically, it's a tactical fighting style, not an actual fighting style. Alrighty, Hunter is a subclass. You get archery style, expert archery, disruptive shot, weapon talent, wilderness knacks. You get a lot of the same stuff that you would kind of expect to see in here. Scout, kind of the same thing. You get dual weapon stuff. But like Wilderness Knack would give you like Watchful Rest, Wilderness Tracker, ambush expert. Like, you get a bunch of, like, cool small things. Now, I'm not going to get into ranger powers. Yeah, like, there's going to be... I think there's a thing that you can do. Well, we're looking at just... We're just right now... Well, we're in the research phase, right? We're in the research phase. So, there is... At will powers, like, there's... The thing about 4th edition is it's all about powers and... things like that. Like, there's a lot of... Yeah. There's a lot of, like, weird things that you could do. They try to make everything kind of like a spellcaster, but not a spellcaster. Heroic tiers. And then there's all this stuff for the ranger as well. Like, and then paragons. Epic tier. It's all kinds of, like, ridiculous stuff that you can get. And a lot of these were good ideas. Maybe I should switch to Pathfinder. I know the feeling, right? I know the feeling. Hey, Pathfinder did, in my opinion, solve 3 things that D&D does poorly. And that is, they solved the spellcaster versus martial discrepancy to some degree, or at least much better. And maybe not. Maybe they didn't solve it, but they certainly did it a lot better. Which is that spellcasters do not have the kind of single target damage that martial characters do. Oh, buddy, they do not. I did the math on it. They do not. Then, so they figured that out. They figured out that how to make the ranger not suck and maintain their identity. And they made skills not boring. They made them an actual part of the game. I like how my green mug is, like, more gray. Maybe for next campaign. Again, I'm in the debate of whether or not I want to run Pathfinder from future games. I need some more experience. I know the feeling. But again, my biggest thing is approachability. Is always has been and always will be approachability. And I don't know if I can ever... I don't know Pathfinder 2nd edition well enough to be able to point to it and go, this is very approachable. Because Pathfinder, by its very nature, is not approachable to people that have never played TTRPGs before. Unfortunately. 5th edition is very approachable because it's, you get a couple of these things never change. And if something is better than typical, you just have advantage. If something's worse than typical, you have disadvantage. It's very simple. It's easy to understand. Pathfinder has a lot of, like, circumstantial stuff. If we can find some time, we can talk about how to run Pathfinder so I can maybe run a game for the West March. I'm going to tell you right now, it's very similar to 5e. Like, the only thing that's different is just the mechanics. The way that you run, basically the same. If you understand the mechanics, it's, like, that's kind of the only difference. Like, just, number one rule is, if you want your players to do something, it's probably tied to a skill. If the players want to do something, it's probably tied to a skill. There's no ability checks in Pathfinder. It's just skill checks. So... and then just use monsters. Use monsters that already exist. Use the encounter builder. Monsters are mostly balanced. You can always just add another one as backup, right? Add backup monsters. It's honestly, if you just pick, like, it's honestly about as simple as running 5e, in all honesty. If you want to do full exploration stuff, it's a little bit different. You just have to read up on the exploration rules. But otherwise, it's basically the same. Which is kind of the nice thing. It's very familiar territory. Leaned on for advice on how to DM. I mean, I take advice. I've run games for people that I've gotten advice from how to GM. Like the guy that DM'd for me a long time, he was the first person I ran a game for. So he and 3 other people that I have gotten DM'd, that I've been DM'd by, I ran games for them. My very first game. And we had a blast. I would say don't worry. So I know it's easier said than done. I would say don't worry about it, because at the end of the day, you're not going to run everything perfectly. None of us do. We're just there to have fun. So that's what we get for Ranger in 4.0. 3.5 Ranger. Is a lot of the same, honestly. So 3.5 and 4, like, and 5, 4.0 and 5.0, a lot of the same. It's just that there's difference in tactics, right? Where stuff goes, how the math works is a lot, but flavor wise, it is actually a lot of the same. 3.5, on the other hand, this is where things get a little bit wonky. So we have favorite enemy. You get bonuses to a number of skills against them instead of just advantage, like they do in 5th edition. But you also get bonus weapon damage against those creatures. +2 damage was insanely good at level 1 in 3.5. Damage numbers were smaller than they are in 5th edition. So you just got a +2 right out of the gate. Here, have a +2 against these creatures. You also gain the track bonus feat, which basically let you track because you couldn't do it without it. You have wild empathy, which I think was actually removed. Yeah, it was. Wild empathy, which basically you can use diplomacy against creatures, but you get to add your ranger level and charisma modifier for wild empathy checks against creatures. Basically, this let you basically make a handle animal check against creatures that were wild and had a real chance of doing it. Which I think the druids also had this. Can also use this ability on magical beasts with intelligence scores of 1 or 2, but has to take a -4 penalty to the check. So generally, influencing animal this way takes 1 minute, but as with influencing people, it might take more or less time. Like, this is one of those things where, like, you had a way to interact with wild creatures much better. So we can add that, right? So they could be the class that, actually talks to animals. Druids just cheat. They just use spells, right? They just use animal friendship. The ranger doesn't have that option. They got the endurance feat, which, that works just fine. I feel weird running something completely random. But that's the point, Nano. Everything is random. There's no rhyme or reason to the West March. That's why I built it that way. So you can be like, yeah, I like this idea. And then you just run that. Druids cheat. They just use spells. They do! You can't tell me they don't. They have the slots for it. Like, once you get to 3rd level, do you care about burning a 1st level slot to have Animal Friendship? I think Animal Friendship's a 1st level spell. It might be a 2nd. it's a first level spell. Just cheat. By level 5, you don't care anymore. Just cheat. Rangers also automatically got a ranger companion or an animal companion. Druids also used to get an animal companion, and it was better than the rangers back in the day. Spell casting, you got the improved combat style. You got Woodland Stride, which basically made you go through stuff with ignore difficult terrain. So what? Can I make a post that I'll be running, and it's about how Glorb and the half goblin lost his cow to baby chimeras? Yes. Yes, you in fact can do that. Like, you can in fact do that. Now, I would recommend going through the CR, like the levels -1 through -2, or -1 to level 2 monsters, see what sparks your inspiration, and then go from there. That's actually quite tempting. Yeah, like the only thing that I would recommend is just don't go to stepping on other people's toes of stuff that's already there. Right? So like don't mess with like the fire shrine that I made. Don't mess with the water wheel. Well, actually the water wheel one's fine. But you know, don't be afraid to just kind of like, hey, I want to do a thing like this. Just tell me what you want to do. Like just pitch it to me. I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's cool. Because I'm kind of like running the infrastructure. But other than that, like, doesn't matter. You say, hey, I want to run into like a desert area. It's like, okay, cool. I can tell you where it is. Or I can reveal the area for you so that, or I can reveal the area on the map and just say people have, you know, gone that way. Yeah, so like this is just ignore difficult terrain. Swift tracking, basically let you track twice as fast. Level 9, they got evasion. They got evasion back in the day. They got a better combat mastery style. They got camouflage, which is basically hide in plain, which is not hide in plain sight. They could take the hide skill in natural areas, even terrain that does not grant cover or concealment, and then hide in plain sight would let them hide even while being observed. Now, they gave less individually potent abilities back in the day. I'm getting increasingly more red because of the curtains, because they have red on them, so that's lovely. Yeah, like they should be getting. When do rogues get evasion? Level 5, I want to say. They get uncanny dodge at 5. They get evasion at 7. Like, there's no reason. I should actually do this. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why they don't just get evasion. Like, they really just should have it. Sent it right after you said it. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. So, I mean, like, that's what they got back in the day. So, let's do another one here. Let's look at the Ranger from a D&D. Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. This is back when you had to have ability score requirements to play every class. If you didn't have good enough stats, you had what was called death by farmer, which was you became a farmer. All right. And of course, there was like race restrictions. There was a lot of restrictions and stuff like that back in the day. They also only got up to 3rd level spellcasting. By the way, your defense being low was better because it's Thaco. And then you had hide in shadows, move silently. You had like, there was a lot of percentage based stuff back in the day. It was very different. I believe it also, like, there's a lot of stuff that they did very differently. But, and there was a lot more restrictions on top of stuff that you couldn't do. For example, attack of opportunity was something that you could make multiple times per level, depending upon your level. You got weapon expertise. You got one style, like you had a bunch of different weapon styles. You got certain rogue abilities because you had to be because of the way that it worked. You got favorite enemy still. You got animal empathy, stronghold and followers. You could build forts and stuff like that. You had a code of behavior. So, like, a lot of what was there is kind of still, you know, formulaically available, right? It's just they've kind of watered out a lot of the things that made them unique. And the other thing also is a lot of things that used to make them unique back in the day have been reduced to either a skill proficiency or a fighting style, which now the fighter, the paladin, and the barbarian, I think the barbarian doesn't, but the fighter, the paladin both have access to them. Maybe on top of hiding in plain sight, they can first off hide as a bonus action, but also gain some bonuses for hiding if they're like in their natural terrain or have time to set up. So that's the thing ultimately that kind of I think that the Ranger's identity should work in towards is it should be leaning into trap-based features. So trap-based offense specifically. The rogue has trap-based defense, right? They're good at not getting hit by traps. What if the Ranger was trap-based offense, right? The counterpoint. The thing that the rogue has to worry about. Not newer stuff, new ideas. Right? And this can be in spells, features, abilities, so on. Now, we can also go let's see here. Now let's, there was some things I've seen here on Rangers being fixed. And most of them just kind of like reduce the ranger to, in a lot of ways, that aren't really that great. Most of them go back to like 3.5 style stuff. Right. Kind of trying to give them like the bushwhack identity and things like that. Let's see here. Is this the range or revised? But is this for... This is for the 14 version. Yeah, most of these fixes are just not. They're just not that. So... Oh. So let's address a few things first. So let's start with features, and then we'll work our way into let's start with the new features and work our way down. So let's make something clear here. The ones that we do need to replace. Let's start there. All right, the ones that we are keeping, honestly, is so we need to adjust first. We need favored enemy. We need to address deft, which is a second explorer. We need to address ninth expertise. We need to address 14th veil. These are all need to be addressed. We need to replace, just straight up replace. Tireless. Oops. Relentless hunter. Tireless, relentless hunter. Precise Hunter. And Bow Slayer. So, these are all features that need to be addressed. And I'm going to sip the last bit of my coffee. Take one last quick pee for a little bit. I'm going to actually run an ad because I got ads coming up in a minute here. So we're going to run the ads slightly early. I'm going to be right back. Okay. So, what can we do with these features that kind of maintains the jet without having to change as much, with having to change as few things as possible with the class by and large? How can we adjust some of these things and change some of these things to better fit 5th edition or 5.5? And I think part of this is going to be us looking at the paladin. This should be a similar design space, right? Similar spike space overall as the paladin. So let's look at some low level stuff and just make sure that we're kind of up to snuff of where we need to be. They get their weapon masteries. They get their spell casting. They get lay on hands. And they get and we get our hunter's mark. So all that feels appropriately similar. We're a little ahead with hunter's mark as opposed to them having divine smite. But then level 2 comes along, they get divine smite and their fighting style. We get deft explorer and then we get weapon master and then we get our fighting style. So, you know, we basically switch them around a little bit. Paladin gets a healing ability, as opposed to us getting a damage ability. They get a damage ability, we get a utility ability. That feels pretty appropriate. Deft Explorer doesn't feel particularly great, but we need to also address favorite enemy. Now, I think, personally, favorite enemy can stay mostly the same. And I really should have a second tab open for Ranger here. Let's do... Can I do this? I can do that. Okay. So, favorite enemy, as default, this is favorite enemy by default. Right? And this is meant to be, in my opinion, this is meant to be on par with the Paladin's Divine Smite. Now, they get them at 2 different levels. I think that's fine. The Paladin getting their lay on hands at level 1, I think is more appropriate. Because it's a little bit more quintessential to the Paladin's identity, is healing hands, as opposed to Divine Smite. Divine Smite being 2nd level, I think is fine. I think there's no big major difference here. So this is not a problem in of itself. The problem is that we need a little bit more. I think you need to be able to pick a favorite enemy type. And I think that when we go to creature type, there is a grand total of 10, 12, 14 creature types. So I'm just gonna, there we go. Slot increases when you reach higher levels of certain ranger levels. This is fine. You can choose, in addition, you choose 1. Actually, no, 2. You choose 2 creatures types that become your favored enemies. Become your favorite enemy. Actually, we insert a table here. Okay, it's not gonna. It's not gonna let me format it correctly. Okay. If we go back to the 14 Ranger, it had this written out quite nicely. You have advantage on wisdom survival checks, track them, as well as intelligence checks to recall information about them. They speak one at all. You have advantage on wisdom saving throws, wisdom survival checks to track your favorite enemies, as well as I should actually change this. You have advantage to search and not search, seek and study actions when targeting your favorite enemies. When you get this feature, you also learn one language of your choice that is spoken by your favorite enemies, if they speak one at all. There. Like, this just makes you better at getting information on these creatures. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's fine. Deft Explorer no longer needs the languages on it. Also, Deft Explorer giving you expertise is dumb. I'm gonna just say it. So, we're gonna now go to Deft Explorer. Okay, choose one skill for which you have lack of expertise. You gain expertise in that skill. You gain 2 languages of your choice from the table. Okay, we no longer need. All right, so thanks to your travels, you gain the following benefits. I think it's no, it was this. Yeah. You no longer gain 2 languages. All right. And we're going to keep Deft Explorer, but we're going to change this. We're going to make it the survival skill. Okay. They gain expertise now is because primeval awareness was icky and bad, and expertise does the same thing, basically. Yeah. Well, yes and no. Because primeval awareness, if my memory serves, primeval awareness gave you, like, something insanely different. Where is it? You can spend your action to expend 1 spell slot to focus your awareness in a region around you for 1 minute per level of the spell slot. You can sense whether the following creatures are within 1 mile or 6 miles within your favorite terrain of celestials, dragons. Like, those are not the same thing. Now, that being the reasoning is dumb. That's literally their reason. Yeah, that's bad reason. The person that designed this is not smart. So I think that we change Deft Explorer to give you to do two things. Because I don't care what anybody says. Favored terrain doesn't necessarily need to come back. Primeval awareness doesn't necessarily need to come back. We can keep Deft Explorer. So here's where I think have you heard about the lawsuit that that Wizards of the Coast is in, mostly due to Magic the Gathering right now? You gain. All right. You gain expertise. No. Actually, this is regards to. This is not regards to the Pinkertons. This is in regards to them. What is it called? Beyond Worlds, I think is what they called it. Basically, them bringing in every single. Basically, them becoming Fortnite. Basically, the lawsuit is actually coming from its investors, saying that they are artificially inflating their stock price by performing the parachute method of dropping in a new MTG set to pass the point of Secret Lair. Okay. Basically to drop a new set constantly to try and inflate how much money their stock is actually worth. Universes Beyond. Thank you. That's what it was. Basically, they're dropping a set every month. And it's not actually good for the company overall. They're hyperinflating and destroying the company overall. So they're also there's a lawsuit over against the CEO Chris Cox, so that he's basically saying he's committing fraud by overinflating the stock, so that his bonuses in stock options would be worth more overall, so that he and a number of other individuals could highly benefit from this and get a bunch of money while leaving everybody else in the dust. There's a whole thing on it. But yeah, there's a whole thing about going back as far back as 2022. Basically saying that Wizards of the Coast is attempting, and Hasbro at large is attempting to overinflate their stock value by printing a bunch of MTG cards, creating more supply than demand can withstand, and just like effectively destroying the long-term longevity of the company on purpose. In the survival skill, if you already have in that skill you choose a different one. Has been brought from Hasbro. Has it just been getting here? Yeah. I mean, they got bought by them way back in like, when did Hasbro acquire Wizards of the Coast? When did Hasbro acquire WotC? 1999. Funny. D&D 3.0 release date. Year 2000. Why am I not surprised? Because that was when this game really changed. Funny how that works. All right. Significant time exploring. I'm exploring. Where is favored terrain? Let's see here. Well, in one of those terrains, you have the following benefits. All right, so here's what it used to give you. This is what I thought was I thought it was only bought recently. Yeah, no, Wizards of the Coast has been purchased for a long time. So what happened was, but yeah, remember, in the year 2000, Hasbro was actually making money. Yes, because a lot of well, the thing is Wizards of the so here's the thing. I am not Hasbro buying D&D back for 3.5 or back after Advanced D&D was a thing. It was an acquisition of an IP because Wizards of the Coast was actually losing money. Overall. Hasbro bought it for $325 million, which is a fair sum. And then, but they got the IP, they got everything. So what they then did is they made 3.0. 3.0 did reasonably well, but there was a lot of problems with it. 3.5 got made, and that was, by a lot of people's metrics, the best version of D&D that ever came out of Hasbro. Even to this day. And I can understand why. So there's that. Hasbro was actually making money at that time, though. Hasbro, ever since, and then, so what happened was, so they did that, they created a really, really cool thing for all the players to be able to join in on. They had a bunch of people make it, they got Paizo to make adventures for them, a third party, so that they could make their own money off of the system. They created more system books. People would buy more books that had more content in it. And then Paizo would make adventure books. And as a result, both of them profited very well. 4th edition tried to come around, and Hasbro tried to get everything that was being made for 4th edition to be their property, even being made by third party. Basically, the OGL nonsense that we had a few years ago, yeah, that happened back in like 2006. No, not 2006, like 2010. when they made 4th edition. And guess what happened? Paizo said, screw you, we're making our own game. And we'll make it so that it's compatible with all the stuff that everybody already knows and loves. And we'll keep making money and you guys can go die in a hole. And that's what ended up happening. 4th edition was an absolute bust. Because to be fair, it was also a style of game that people didn't really want to play anyways, because it was very video gamey for its creation. And so they quickly, over the course of the next few years, made 5th edition. Now, 5th edition is, in my opinion, one of the best systems for getting people introduced to a game that is mildly complicated, mildly complex, but very approachable, and the rules are very approachable to the players, to new players. So I think overall it's a very good system for that. It has its own problems. 5.0 has a lot of problems, but we're not going to get into those right now. Enter 10 years later, and part of this phenomenon also occurred with the fact that it got really popular on Twitch and YouTube very quickly through Critical Role, Stranger Things, and Critical Role, Stranger Things, and what was the other thing? And just general nerd culture had become more mainstream, right? Because general nerd culture, because this is nerd culture from the 80s. Well, all those nerds from the 80s are now in their 40s, 50s, and 50s. 30s, 40s, 50s. So they're now the adults that get to talk about stuff on the screen all the time, and nobody can say otherwise. Nobody can tell them that it's not cool anymore. So as a result, it got really popular, and all the people that thought it was, you know, oh, I better not talk about this, people will think I'm weird, like, oh no, this is actually just socially more acceptable now. So now it's an IP that everybody's diving on. But with 2024 rolling around, they tried to do the OGL stuff. There's Stranger Things ended. Critical Role became, I don't want to say became less popular, but it became less of a phenomenon. And other creators did their own things, and a lot of people started moving away from D&D because of that. And now, because it has become abundantly clear that 5.5 was a financial flop for Wizards of the Coast, they're getting a lot of really ugly eyes looking at them, because a lot of people are saying there isn't really a lot of changes here. And a lot of people learned over the course of the last 10 years that you can just change it. You can just change it yourself. You don't have to do what they're doing. You don't have to use the rules that they are using. You can just change it. So that's, yeah, so that's kind of like, so Wizards of the Coast, and by extension Hasbro, they're trying to not go out of business, which is why they're doing all these shady tactics, because toys are just not selling anymore. Because pieces of plastic cannot compete with Minecraft or whatever it is the kids play these days. Roblox, although I really recommend that they don't play Roblox. It might be hightailed pretty soon. So there's that. Plastic toys are actually in the market for plastic toys are actually adults. Funny enough. And Vox Machina, both D&D shows based off the campaigns. Yes. However, I don't know if you've noticed this, but Amazon's not pushing for them. Amazon's not pushing for them to be on their front pages very much. And to be fair, Mighty Nine and Vox Machina are not D&D IPs. Those are Critical Role IPs. Because even though they're built off of D&D campaigns, they're not D&D shows. They are regular animated shows based off of a D&D campaign story. Because if you didn't know that the Mighty Nine or Vox Machina were based off of D&D, if you didn't know that, you wouldn't know that. Brings more attention to D&D. It does, but not as much as a lot of people that are in the know would think. Because if you don't know, you wouldn't know. It just looks like another high fantasy animated series. A pair of really good ones, mind you. But that's what they look like. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Which is good, because you shouldn't have to know to know. Okay. We should just put favorite terrain back into Deft Explorer. So, let's see here. Difficult terrain does not slow you or your group's travel. That's fine. You can't become lost except by magical means. We're going to get rid of this. Traveling, you remain alert to danger. This is fine. Stealthy at a normal pace. This is fine. Actually, you know what? Let's just leave that in there. So, here's the deal. I think this should be gone. And I don't want to just, like, say, oh, you have advantage on stuff. Are still named after the ones in the Forgotten Realms, though. They're not, actually. So, they were in the campaigns, but for the sake of the show, they actually have titles. They are actually called different title-based names so that they are not the same. For example, the Everlight is Pike's deity in Vox Machina. The Everlight is Sarenrae, but Sarenrae is copyrighted. The Everlight as a title is not. So it's one of those things. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't. Same thing with Cord. Same thing with Ioun. Neither of them are mentioned by name. She's just called the Everlight. Yeah, she's literally just called the Everlight in the show. Like in the animated series. Because that's copyright. Yep. I noticed these things because whenever you start making your own stuff for publish, you have to consider that. For example, if I were to ever make anything, I can't use I can't use illithids, beholders, displacer beasts, and a couple of other things as well, because those are actually Wizards of the Coast IPs. Those are their property. I would have to make them different and call them something else. For example, this is why you don't see a beholder in Pathfinder. I believe they're called Evil Eyes instead. So here's the deal. I want to keep favorite terrain in some capacity, but I don't want to give them just a ton of benefits. They already have expertise in survival, so that helps them a bunch. I kind of don't like the forage for twice as much food. When you are traveling and you move at stealthy pace, that's fine. You can engage in a second activity while traveling. This is specifically you. This is fine. Remain alert to danger is not a good one. You move at normal pace. Your group cannot become lost except by magical means. I also disapprove of this. You can still get lost. Difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travel. I kind of like how it's this set of small benefits instead, because you already have expertise in this survival skill. So basically, you're giving up the choice of skill for survival, which I think is important to go with. A ranger should be an expert in survival. And then for terrains, you have small benefits. Yes, dear? What's that? Oh, why don't you ask Mom? She's right there. She can see. All right, let's see here. Like this I think is a lot better because the languages are mostly useless. And oh, also I need to go. I need to find terrain. We have okay. This is kind of a messy thing here, but we only need this. Format. Bullets. Get rid of this. Should I give 2 or just 1? I think just 1 is better. And even specifically explored while in that terrain, you have the following benefits. I think only 1 is better here. So you choose Arctic, coastal, desert, forest, grasslands, hills, mountains, swamps, underdark to urban, and waterborne. We're going to change that to C. Actually, we're going to do this. And because you already have expertise, like the odds of you failing a survival check for anything in those areas goes down. Right? Like, for example, if you want to forage in a swamp, which is normally a DC 10, you automatically can just go, okay, I find something. Navigation's low, searching is high. You know, different things. Expertise at 9. So, again, this goes back to another thing, which is the ranger gaining expertise is not a bad thing. I do think that this can go mostly unchanged. But I feel as though they lack power. Or fighting this type of creature, you get a little bit more. Yeah, I do prefer this. Because it's like they should, like, if anybody should be an expert in survival, no questions asked, it's the ranger. Because, again, and people, I've heard the arguments, like, shouldn't the druids also be experts? Like, no, the druids cheat. They use magic. They have good berry. They have animal friendship. They don't need to go find food. They don't need to be an expert at finding food, because if they find nothing, like, oh, okay, cast a spell, cool, 10 of us can eat now. And it's the same thing with this. It's like you still get the Hunter's Mark creature. That's where the damage is going to come from. I don't disagree with Hunter's Mark providing you with damage. I just want there to be something in addition to that. I want there to be something interesting, something cool. Casting Hunter's Mark on a creature is cool for level 1, but what's even cooler is when you find something that you're good against. Key target, take it down. We gave Rangers those spells, so you wouldn't need those icky bad abilities. Yeah. The Ranger should not be casting Druid spells. The Ranger should be casting Ranger spells. Get rid of Goodberry from the Ranger spell list. Seriously. They don't need it. They shouldn't need it. Besides, the Ranger has so few spell slots that you don't want to spend them on Goodberry anyways. You have better things to spend it on. Why cast a spell when you can compensate by being better? Just be better, lol. Expertise by and large, I think is fine. By and large, I actually think that this is fine. Overall, I don't actually hate this. The only issue that I actually have is that this is just kind of a dead level, where if we look at the Paladin at level 9, what do they get at level 9? I think they get a class feature. Shut up. You can, what do they get at level 9? Abjure foes. You present your holy symbol or weapon, a target number of creatures with charisma modifier you can see within 60 feet. Each creature must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute. Like, they get to just strike fear into the enemy. Instead, you get 2 skills. In a game where skills have low value overall. And let's be fair here. You're probably going to take expertise in perception, and you're probably going to take expertise in either a dexterity or a wisdom-based skill. Yeah, I was thinking exactly that. So I don't think I'm going to give them evasion. I think level 10, we give them evasion. Now, that might be a little late, but we can also do this. I think what we do is we'd go 1 expertise, and then we also give them evasion. Now, evasion, in of itself, is not a crazy good ability. But the big thing that it does is it does something that the Ranger sorely lacks. And that is, they just don't have good defensive options provided to them. They're entirely reliant on their base armor class, their base ability saving throws, and their hit point pool. If you want a lot of skill expertise, be good at skills, play Bard and Rogue. Exactly. The Bard and Rogue the Rogue gets the most, as they should. If you really want to have the most expertise, spend a feat on it. You can get expertise through feats. I think that this being a 9th level benefit, and you get 1 less expertise, just one less, is fine. Now, tireless. I don't hate Tireless. All right, it's another defense feature. I don't hate the defense features. But we need something else. Yeah, I think the Bard should actually only be getting 3 at most, maybe 2 as well. But the Bard should not be getting the insane number of skills that they get, with considering that they're full spellcasters. Like, Bards are one of the more overtuned classes because of all the different stuff that they get, and they're good at all of it. The only thing that kind of keeps them in check is their spell list is not particularly super amazing, but it's good. So, now, this is all good and fine. Now, I think we can actually do something a little bit different, but this is another way to approach. This is all just first ideas. Tireless. Here's the deal. That's actually not a bad idea. I do like that. But it kind of goes away from the identity of... Now, it says Tireless, which would apply that. But what if we went with a different idea, which is what this feature actually does, which is preparation. Because you don't use this during combat, right? You use this prior to combat because this does not have a duration. You just spend a magic action to give yourself temporary HP. You do this at the start of your day. And then when the fight is over, you just do it again. But because there's so many ways to gain temp HP, they're handing it out like it's candy in 5.5. This feels less good. So if we change the name from Tireless to some sort of setup name, we get to do something like that, right? What if we change this to... We keep the decreased exhaustion. It's a ribbon ability. It's a ribbon feature. We just keep it as is. There's no reason to change that. I think it's fine. But what if we change this to Prepared Explore or Efficient Preparation? Basically, they're really, really good at preparing themselves for things going forward. Short rest, they're very good at being efficient with it. And then we change this to, as a magic action, you gain a number of hit points equal to 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier, a minimum of 1. We're going to change this to your level. Equal to your level minimum. We don't need a minimum of 1. Equal to your level. You can use this action equal to your level. Once you have used this feature, you can't not use it again till you complete a a short or a long rest. Oh, come on. So I know that there is, and I think we're going to actually just change this to equal to your level. Just straight up equal to your level. Are Phyrexian now? Yes, yes, they are. So you get 10 temporary hit points when you finish a short rest. Is this less good? Technically speaking, yes. But you get to use it on demand. It's a little bit better. It's better in the sense that it's front-loaded. You get every short rest. You don't get as many crazy times as you do with the high wisdom count, but you get more hit points up front. This being better, because there's so many instances where you can have temporary hit points from other sources, I think this is probably a better approach. Also, this needs to just be gone. Now, I think we need to do this. All right, this is an idea. All right, this is a okay idea in my opinion. There's also one more thing that I think we should do, and I think we should put this at. I don't know what level we want to put this at. We could put it at 6, in all honesty. But I don't want to pile it in too early because you already have extra attack and the damage doesn't start falling off until like level 8. Level 9. And we could put it in with level 10 so that, you know, it's just there. It's not, you know what, which is the big thing that Rangers generally need at this level. And that is, we're going to put favored foe, we're gonna move foe, yes, foe slayer to 10 as well. Now we're going to change it. We're going to change it back a little. We're going to change it around a little bit. No longer need to concentrate on, seriously, on Hunter's Mark. This is one idea. Oops. Or I don't mind in the slightest. That's part of the reason. Or automatically apply Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark damage die to actually no, hold on. A creature that has your favored enemy type, creature type, is considered to always be under the effect of Hunter's Mark for you without casting the spell. This is a couple of different ideas. I'm gonna have a bunch of ideas for this, because either no longer needing to concentrate on Hunter's Mark just means that you have a flat D6 damage upgrade, right? You just always have the flat D6 damage upgrade because you no longer need to concentrate on it. You cast it, it has its duration, that's it. Without having to... Words blending together in my head, apparently. Without having to cast the spell. So, this basically means Hunter's Mark is a thing that you cast against non-favored enemies. And favored enemies just always take an extra d6 of damage from you. And are easy, and you automatically have advantage on tracking them. Which I think you already had that anyways. Advantage on Seek and Study. So now you just always apply the d6 damage. I don't know which one I like more. This is more flavorful, but this is stronger. In a way. This lets you maintain more uses of your Hunter's Mark. This lets you just say, I'm going to just use it more free-handed. And at level 10, I think you have like 4 uses of it at this point. Yeah, level 10, you have 4 uses of Hunter's Mark. You get 5 at level 13. You still have to use the bonus action to reapply it and stuff, but you don't need to concentrate on it. And this is also, level 10 is also 1 level after gaining access to 3rd level magic. So you have access to your good magic at this point. It's also far enough up in the tree, like the ranger tree, that it's 10 levels in. So it's not, you can't just dip for this. You have to be invested in it. I do think that there needs to be another investment in Hunter's Mark somewhere along the way, though. I don't know where to put it. Maybe it's, and I think, actually, no, that's not true. I know exactly where to put it. You put it in the subclasses at level 7. I think level 7 subclasses, every single one of them needs to have some sort of benefit for casting Hunter's Mark. Because level 7 is when it really falls off. Right? Like, level 5, it's still good because you get an extra attack. Level 7, it's starting to fall behind. You get some sort of like extra utility perk for casting Hunter's Mark. You can kind of keep it going. Because level 7, you're casting 2nd level spells. Right? You're still casting, so it needs to be comparable to like a 1.5 spell. And then by the time you hit level 10, you're casting level 3 spells. It needs to be comparable to a 2nd level spell. Or have a utility that makes it better than just what it currently is. Removing concentration is probably that answer. Somewhere around level 13, level 14, level 15, we need one more thing for it to make it so that it is comparable to a 3rd level spell. And maybe that is 1 more attack for the ranger. Maybe that's 1 more attack. Maybe that's a subclass feature. I don't know. But it is 9:15 on Sunday, which means it's time for me to go. A channel I've been watching is World of EO. I think it's called, where all the players can roll for everything they want, but the things they do for stats, they roll 3d6 for stats, and they have to roll for each stat. No individuality. Yeah, that's a Blades in the Dark style game, actually. I think it has a lot of stuff there, because you actually have to roll on a table to figure out what your class features will be. Individually. Yeah. That's how we used to do it. You used to just roll your stats out and then pick a class based on your stats, because that was something that you didn't have control over. One of them rolled a fucking 8 as a wizard. Damn, that's crazy. I would say you roll your stats and then pick your class, because you're gonna decide what you do based off of what you're good at. I've rolled stats and then picked classes. All right, but yeah, that's gonna be it for me today, guys. Really appreciate you coming by. Again, none of this is set in stone. A lot of this is just my first draft ideas. I might just say forget the nature thing, forget the terrain thing, and we'll put in ranger tactics instead. Who knows? There's a couple of ideas that were really, really cool. And I know for a fact that I'm going to do trap-oriented spells, because we need more of those. Anyways, thank you very much for swinging by. Appreciate it, everyone, for that did so. Until next time, guys, have a good day.